Hello and welcome to Defense Diaries. I am your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of Delphi Unhinged, the people of the state of Indiana versus Richard M. Allen. And I am joined by my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, y'all.
So excited about our second of our series of interviews with Richard Allen's defense team last night. We had Jennifer Auger on. That I thought went fabulously. I think people got to know Jennifer a bit. We got to talk about the case quite a bit. And I hope that people thought that it had value. I certainly thought that it had value. And I think that tonight's guest is going to add more value to the conversation. And I'm excited to have him on. I consider him a friend, and he is a gentleman above all else. And we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about it. He's gone through an experience in the past 2+ years that not many people on the planet have gone through. It's been trying in a lot of different ways, and I'm excited to talk to him about all of it. So without further ado, let me bring him on. What is up, my friend?
Hi, Bob, Allie. How are you?
I'm good. I enjoy The Office. So are you in your lair?
Yeah, this is where I spend much or most of my time. This is where the Franks memo was drafted, was in this little area right here. It's where, if you wanted to find me about 16 to 18 hours out of many of the days that I was on the case, this is where you would find me, right behind this desk. So, yeah.
Well, we were appreciating your music selections back there. If you could see behind me, I got my little Pearl Jam
Yeah.
poster there.
Those aren't just for show. Those are real working albums. So,
Wow.
Don't make me take my camera down to our record collection and one up you, man. Allie and I are both heavy duty music people as well. So, like it takes a special breed to be music people.
Speaking of which, Bob and I had come up with a theory long before social media. I mean, this is like 2000, that they should, like, long before, like social media the way we have it now, dating apps the way we have it now, that they should create a site where people connect based just on their music preferences, and that they could also use that to turn it into connections between romantic partners.
Yeah.
Because there would be something sort of visceral, like you can't change your answer. You don't know what you're going to say that's going to be better, so you're just going to answer honestly. And if we connect people with similar taste in music, our theory was they would find long-lasting love.
I mean, I can agree with that. I think that's a great idea. You probably should not have announced it. Somebody might steal it now.
All right. Well, Allison way undersold it. I actually came up with the idea, and I even had a name for it. It was the soundtrack of your life. So, and it was before, I know some, like, a rap artist came out with a rap song called that. And my
2000.
concept, and then Allie came up with, because, I wasn't necessarily going to have it as a dating app, and Allie introduced that concept because that was what I was thinking. Like mine was more of a general thing where, every major event of your life, because like Alice and I are such music people, like we incorporate, there's a song that's associated with a lot of our big life
Yeah.
events, that, like, and a lot of people, the people are music lovers, kind of go by the same thing. Like life events, there's always a song that kind of strikes a chord with you. So kind of with that concept, we were like, oh yeah, like let's turn it into a dating app for all the reasons that Allison were talking about. I think it's really a great idea.
Great idea.
And I think it would work.
Yeah, I agree with you that music is a big part. Anybody that knows me, like all my family and friends, they know I have kind of almost like a Rain Man-esque type of musical knowledge on a wide range of music. So, I can.
You're their phone a friend if it's music.
Yeah, I definitely would be. So, yeah, and it doesn't matter. I mean, I could be playing, Pink Floyd 1 minute and John Denver the next. So it doesn't, it's wide variety.
Same with me, man. I've got a very wide, like really the only thing, like I'm not a pop country fan. I mean, and there's some artists like now, like I'm not typically a country fan, but there's a few artists out now that like kind of lean more like a Skinner type of Southern rock
or bluesy
that I'm down with. So yeah. All right. Let's start this off. So why don't you start us off by telling us a little bit about yourself personally, as much or as little you'd like to. Are you married? Do you have kids? And then start telling us about your career.
Sure. Well, I grew up, my parents are both alive. And I had a great childhood. I have a twin sister. I have a couple of younger brothers, and I had a great childhood, great parents, that taught me a lot about life. And they each gave me different aspects of my personality, I think. And, they are fully invested in my career. And, I think my mom gets more angry about the things that have happened, and my dad too, than on this case than I do. I mean, they call and get upset and angry, and I'm just like, you got to calm down. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be good. And I went to Brownsburg High School, which is around Indianapolis area, and graduated in '85. Went to a little college here in Franklin, Indiana, called Franklin College. There was 400 students that were here when I started. And then after that, I took, I want to say, my formative years, I worked a lot. I did I was a newspaper, delivered the newspaper, rode the bike and through it. I worked at the Dairy Queen in Claremont, Indiana. I learned a lot of lessons through my old boss there, Steve Keisker, who has also reached out recently and just said, hey, I want to give you a lot of love and support. And he was he taught me a lot of life lessons. I worked at as a ditch digger. I worked as a DJ. I was when I went to college. I was a bartender. I think you learn a lot of stuff in all of those areas. In fact, I would say way more than law school. I mean, law school doesn't really teach you. Certainly doesn't teach you what to do when Odinists are guarding your client, for example. They don't teach you that in law school, but how to deal with it, you might have learned from a client and somebody that came into the Dairy Queen and how you dealt with that. But I went to law school in Akron, Ohio, at the University of Akron. People will ask me,
You're a zip.
I'm a zip. And they'll say, how and why did you end up at the University of Akron? And I will say, I applied to 10 law schools and one accepted me, and I wanted to be a lawyer. And then all of a sudden you find yourself in Akron, Ohio. So,
the Akron Zips, baby.
And that was a guy. I have great friends from law school, including my best friend, my wife, who I married. She and I met in law school, and we've been married for 28 years, going on 29. And we have two children. One lives in DC, and one is in his third year of law, and he's just got accepted to be a public defender here in Indianapolis. And he tried to make prosecution work and for an internship. And I think just because he's a contrarian, much like his father, and he did not want to go the same route that I did, but it's also genetic.
In his DNA. That's what I was
It
going
is
to say.
in
And
DNA,
it's funny because Bob and I, we sort of dissuade we've got, I think maybe even 3, but at least 2 of our kids. I think my son, he was interested for a while as well, but we are sort of like, well, you know,
You
it's
want to be
hard,
happy? Do you want to be
right?
happy in life? Don't go to law school. Don't
And,
become a criminal defense attorney.
and I'm just like, if you want to give voice to the voiceless and power the powerless, and it can be, you know, heartbreaking because that's, that's little pops that happen, but
Yeah,
it's
I'm
nothing.
excited for him. Because he, oddly enough, I think this is kind of hilarious, actually. Unbeknownst to me, his term paper, you have to do. People that don't go to law school, they may not know this, but you have to. At most law schools, you have to do a paper of some type, of some breadth and depth, with footnotes and all that kind of thing. And his topic that he chose was how do the police themselves, and is it effective, and what can we do better about that? And in this case, with everything that was going on, I actually went to the state police internal affairs to report what I thought was some wrongdoing going on. We can talk about that later. And that was an hour-long conversation, and I heard crickets, not so shockingly, since that conversation happened, reporting a variety of what I thought were wrong deeds and wrongdoing. Jerry Holman and Doug Carter out calling us, or calling me particularly, I think, unethical. And, I want to say right now at the top, please file something against me. Please file an ethics violation. There is a disciplinary board here that monitors lawyers. And if I've done something that is truly unethical, then I would beg you to file something. The problem is I haven't, and they know that. So much like everything else they've done, they spout a bunch of stuff without the facts to back it up, and then they hope that it sticks, and people will be out there believing it, and we'll get hate mail and all that kind of thing. Whereas the personal offense that they took was all backed up with facts, with reports, with audio, with depositions. And so I never made any accusation of any type, including to their internal affairs department, that wasn't backed up. Their internal affairs department, or whatever it's called, never bothered to come down here and look at anything or review anything or delve into their leaks that we had pretty strong evidence of that they were leaking. So yeah, that's my son unwittingly, was doing that type of paper. I didn't even know it, and I haven't even read it, but I thought that was kind of funny and interesting based upon what I'm going through. So
that is interesting. And we're gonna get into what you talked about a little bit earlier, or just a few minutes ago, or a few seconds ago, really. Because when I started personally, and I have a tendency to talk too much, Andy. Like most of our subs know that. So like I'm making an active. I'm actively trying not to talk too much during these lives because it is my want to do so. But I do want to say that when I started covering the case at the time that Rick Allen was arrested, and when I started to really get upset as a fellow defense attorney, is when I saw the things that were being said about the defense attorneys, who were merely 2 guys that were trying to do their job.
mm-hmm.
And I took personal offense to it, like to the extent where I think it's at that point where I kind of reached out to you and Brad and said, hey, I just want you to know that we support you. And I think you had told me at that point that your wife had been listening to some or watching some of our lives. because you're a bit of a Luddite. So
yeah,
we're going to get into it.
this is the first time I caught a little bit of Jennifer last night, but I've never watched, no offense guys, but I've never watched your show. And I've seen little bits and pieces of it that people have sent me, but I didn't know if there's a theme song at the beginning. I don't know how this all works. And I just really talked to you as a friend or colleague who is interested in the craft of what we do. I know Allie is that way as well, even though I haven't really spent as much time with her. But the craft of what we do is so important, and mentoring young lawyers to understand that craft is vital to what we do. So when anybody, David Hennessy, that's a guy that, helped me out. And after 30 years or 25 years, when I kind of connected with him and I was in awe of him, I came out, a better lawyer after 5 years, because even though I'd been doing a lot of years and had a lot of success, I wanted to learn more. I'm always wanting to learn more. Even our young associate lawyers, I want to learn from them. So yeah, that's kind of what I think there's a lot of people out there that think that, oh, the defense lawyers listen to all these podcasts and they want these crazy conspiracy theories that they have. They want them all spewed out there I don't know who any of these people say, well, what about this person? I mean, in fact, you were talking about some people to me the other day on the phone, and I said, I don't know who that is. Who is that person? I don't know. Oh, that's that person. Sometimes people will send me stuff and I'll look at it for a second. But anyway, yeah, I mean, that's the way that I view you as a colleague. And so for those out there, I mean, even Holman said in one of his podcasts that somebody told me about, that even during the trial, we were, violating the gag order by talking and revealing information. That was just a lie. That's just not true. I mean, was I talking to Bob Mata during the trial, and to Andrea Burkhardt and to Lawyer Lee and others that were friendly? Gosh, I'm a human being that likes for people that like me to talk to them for a second and get some affirmation. Did that work? Did that not work? That's not leaking information. That's trying to be a better lawyer and friendly person. So,
yeah.
And I have to say, sorry, babe, I remember how the two of you actually initially connected, because you sent Bob an email asking him if he can clarify for you or attest for you of events that transpired in court, because there had been like this complete misreporting, including that you were having a conversation loudly on purpose so that
was Hennessy.
Oh, that was Hennessy. Okay.
That was Dave Hennessy.
All right.
No,
I remember now.
No, the first time I ever talked to Bob was, I can remember the day. I have dates. I'm pretty good with dates. It was October. This is easy when I remember. It's October 31. And I had known about Bob because of my wife would say, oh, he's one of these guys. And, by the way, they say, well, he's a show for the defense. Is this called the Defense Diaries? I'm looking here. It's called the Defense Diaries, right? I mean, I would presume you're going to be a shill or whatever they want to say, or be supportive of the defense. But I remember talking to you, and that's when I had gone over, and it was that. Can I tell you about October 31st right now? Because
you can do it.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
So after we had been booted off the case, if you want to call it that, Brad Rozzi, I did not want to get back on the case. I was so upset about everything that had happened. I thought my career was over. I thought, Jerry Holman had won because he had, gone out and conducted this ridiculous investigation that he had no business. He had a conflict of interest because I had been going after him during this trial, and he wanted me off the case. There's no question about it. And we'll get back to that, how he wanted me arrested and charged with a crime, and he went down to Johnson County and did. I want to talk about that, because that's real third world banana republic kind of stuff. Okay. And we'll talk about that later. But on October 31st, prior to that, I was down in Florida. A buddy of mine has a place down there, and he called me up when I was at my lowest and said, go down to Longboat Key and spend some time. And Brad called me up, and how Brad and I connected and stuff is a kind of an interesting story in and of itself. But now we're 10 months in to our, relationship as partners on this case. And, Brad called me and said, what are we going to do? And I said, I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm not getting back on this case. I can't do it. It's not going to help Rick out. I don't have the emotional energy to do that. And Brad was like, are you going to let them get away with this? Is that what you're going to do, Andy? I've known you not very long, but I know this is not how you operate. You're not going to let this happen. You're not going to look in the mirror, are you? And be okay with not fighting back and trying to get back on the case. And then he called me a couple of words that maybe only really good friends can call each other about, my reluctance. And then I said, yeah, okay, let's do it. And then Kara Weineke and Mark Lehman and oh my gosh, I mean, I can't even think of everybody that was involved in that. All these great people came out of the woodwork, and I started getting re-energized, and we can get on this case and we can fight this thing, and it's an uphill battle, but we can do it because it's right. And Brad was the instigator for all that, wrongly or rightly. He got my mind right back on where it needed to be. And then we came up with the idea of, well, if she's not going to let us back on the case, why don't we go on pro bono? And I want to talk about my law partners real quickly, because I could cry talking about them. They are the most awesome people. They allowed me to basically go on this journey for the last 2 years. I have this great trial law firm we hired trial lawyers here, and my partners just said, we're going to take care of everything. They didn't even ask. They didn't even make me feel bad, guilty. They just said, you got to take care of Richard Allen. Go take care of Richard Allen. We'll take care of everything else. And so then I came up, hey, what about us doing this pro bono? They didn't bat an eye. Yeah, of course we're not going to, and that could have bankrupted our firm, possibly, but they didn't even question it. Kathy Perry, Max Wiley, Kelly Pyle, those are the partners in my firm. And I wanted to just say, I love them. I love how they supported me and supported Rick, because they're great people, great human beings. And so let's get the build up to October 31st. So we show up, and the other two lawyers got on that Judge Gall appointed from Fort Wayne. I got nothing bad to say about them. But Brad and I are there, and we're like in the jury room, and it's bizarre. I mean, we're there. These other two lawyers are there. Rick shows up. I introduced Rick to these guys, and I pumped him up, and I said, I don't know, we're going to try to get back on here. I know that's what you want. We had already talked to him about that. And these are your new lawyers. If we can't get back on, they're going to be awesome. I want Rick to feel good. They're going to be great. They're invested in this. These are experienced guys and whatever. So then we're waiting for Judge Gall to show up, and Brad and I are like in a quiet moment. We're like, well, who's going to sit at the table? Because remember, we had entered our appearance the night before pro bono, and so Brad's like, who's going to sit at the table there? I mean, and I said, I don't know. And he said, I'll tell you who is. We are. We're going to walk right in there, and we're like, we own the place, because we do. We are his attorneys.
You entered your appearance,
and she needs to know that. The judge needs to know that. So we sat down at the table, and then the two lawyers sat. Libredo and Scremmons, they sat behind us. And then when Judge Gall got on the bench, she, state appears by prosecutors, the defense appears by its attorneys, Libredo and Scremmons, and just totally ignored us for the first, 10, 15 minutes or however long it was.
Can I interrupt you real
Yeah.
quick? Does she always do that? Because we're in our jurisdiction, the judge has us announce ourselves. Allison Mott on behalf, the judge doesn't do it. Is it standard? Was she doing it all the time?
Yeah, no, that's standard in any courtroom in Indiana. Is typically the state appears by. They might say, if they don't know your name, they might go, "Who are you, counsel," or whatever. So yeah, no, she, but just that moment of Brad and I in the back feeling so alone, and so like, and Brad, he's just a master at pumping up, and that's a guy that I would, he's a loyal. That guy never. I could cry talking about Brad Rozzi. This is a guy that when everything happened, not for one single second did it even occur to him. I think maybe it occurred to him, but he never let me know that I want you off the case, Andy. I don't want. It was the opposite of that. You've done nothing wrong. It would have been so easy because a year before that, I didn't know Brad, and it would have been super easy for Brad to just say, I'm punning on this, but he's like, you're part of the team here. And, I will love him till the day I die. So,
yeah. And so I was there that day.
And that's what he's getting to.
That's it. And after it was over, that's when I met Bob.
Yeah.
Kathy,
but that moment in time, which I think we had been texting, like I had texted you prior to that because Alice and I had thoughts. We were actually thinking that you should enter your appearance pro bono because we felt that was a way that you can get your appearance entered. She has no say so, she being Judge Gull. If you enter your appearance, you are then Rick's lawyers. So I remember that morning because that was, I had to wait out in line.
You mean you must have been emailing because he didn't have a number to text. So maybe you were emailing.
I can't remember. I think I might have
it's probably email. I don't know.
It might have been. So at that point, I'm sitting in that room and I remember when everybody comes in and just that moment, because as a fellow defense attorney, like the awkwardness of like you guys being up at counsel's table and these two guys being behind you, and she looks right past you both.
Yeah.
And at that point, and she addresses Libredo. Okay. And she says, Mr. Libredo. So right then I knew in Gull's mind, Libredo was lead counsel between Libredo and Scremmens, and she addresses them both. And then at that point, she grants Libredo's oral motion for continuance of the trial, if you remember that.
Yeah.
So he asked to continue the trial at that point, saying, obviously, Your Honor, we just came onto the case. We're going to need time to acclimate and get acclimated with the evidence and so forth. And then at that point, she then addresses you guys. You guys say that you'd entered your appearance. And that's when she gives that speech that I'll never forget, where, she again just undresses you both in the courtroom and tells Mr. Allen, addresses Richard Allen, says, Mr. Allen, I understand that you want these two gentlemen to be your lawyers, but I just can't do it. I can't do it in good conscience because I think that
grossly negligent.
Yeah, grossly negligent.
Yeah.
All
a new legal standard, by the way.
All the adjectives that she used to describe you and Brad.
Incompetent, I think. Yeah.
Incompetent. All those things. All the things that she kept repeating over and over. So yeah, that was an unbelievable day. But all right, so I'm gonna work our way back, and then we're
sorry.
No, that's fine. But before we move on, did her doing that at that, going back to October 31st, did that sort of give you more like wind in your sail to fight, or did it suck it away? Like, how did you feel coming out of it?
I think it bowed me up quite a bit. I remember walking out of the courthouse and I was super steamed about what was going on, and I didn't understand and still don't understand to this day where the investigative journalists are on this case. I just don't understand it. What I see a lot of is reporting of what happened or what they see with their own eyes. They might offer opinions on filings and so forth, but nobody's digging into this case even to this very day about all this area. And it's like, I don't get it. I mean, I just don't get it. So I was bowed up. That's the day that I walked downstairs and I saw these reporters and they wanted to ask me questions. I'm like, would you go do your jobs? Would somebody go out there and please do some reporting here? Be some journalists, be actual, not just reporting what you see, but actually doing what, Woodward and Bernstein did. And these guys back in the old days, they actually dug in and started interviewing people and looking at the documents. I mean, the Frank's memo was all these people are saying that's defense crazy theories and all that. Did they ever read it? I'm going to say no, because if they read it, then they would know that everything is backed up with the documentation, the videos, photographs, deposition work, whatever it was. And there's a pretty good roadmap for journalists to start, names of people that they can go try to interview, you know. And to this day, I still don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't know what's going on. I'm still hopeful that there's somebody out there that's going to start digging in. So
I mean, you're looking at him.
No, he wants investigative journalism. Like, let's go.
Investigative journalism does not exist anymore.
Well, but people going out and interviewing the named people in the Frank's memo, going out and digging, and
I'm telling you, that like what used to be back in the days of Woodward and Bernstein no longer exists.
Yeah.
Legacy media, they all have agendas. None of them report independently on anything. Like, no one does any digging. I mean, like, what I consider to be kind of the last bastion might be the New York Times. That's where you'll see some kind of heavy duty investigative pieces. But in terms of local media, like anywhere, you just don't see it anymore. So, I mean, and really, I think if you were to ask most people in society today, that they would say that they get a majority of their news from YouTube, Twitter, and podcasts.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, the world has changed, you know, and it's like the ability to be able to communicate on a massive level, and that includes every single person on the planet can get a computer or get on their phone and can do the digging that they want to dig, and they can get the information out there. So, I mean, it's changed. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but in terms of like kind of the reach, I think that when you look at YouTube in particular, and podcasts as well, that you'll see that their reach oftentimes is as great, if not greater, than legacy media. So it's kind of that thing where, and it creates all kinds of other issues. Like, and it was one of the issues that came about in this case, as well as Karen Reed, like, was the fact that social media was following the case so closely and digging in so closely. Was it affecting the case itself?
Yeah.
You know, it was a really interesting dynamic, you know, and I was sucked into it as people were calling me, you know, shills for you guys. I was a paid shill. Andy and Brad hired me to go out there and stump for the defense for Richard Allen. I'm like, look, I'm a shill, but I'm a shill for the Constitution and due process. And I'm certainly going to be a shill for the defense bar. You know, if I see that people are attacking the defense bar completely unwarranted, I'm going to speak about it, because I've got the platform to do that.
Yeah,
and like you said, Andy, this thing is, our channel is called Defense Diary. So if you come to it and you're curious as to why I am a defense attorney talking about supporting other defense attorneys, that's strange to me, because it seems like it would be evident. But all right, so like, let's go back. So I want to talk about, how do you get pulled into the case? So tell us that story.
So about, I didn't know hardly anything about the Delphi murders. I knew the phrase. I knew that there were two girls that had been sadly, you know, murdered. I didn't know anything more than that. I didn't know how much interest it garnered at all. And about 2 weeks, a week, I was supposed to be in trial on a murder in an LWOP case. The problem that Bob, I think I understand why you and Allie probably talk a lot, because we lawyers we do have these, I think we all call them, you know, war stories. And I had an LWOP case, which is life without possibility of parole, murder case in Southern Indiana. And we had filed a speedy trial on that. And the prosecutor's chess move was to, then it was just regular murder. Then we filed speedy. Then they filed for LWOP, which really raises the stakes. And so I was working on that. I mean, I had a lot of other cases, but I was working on that case. And around when Richard was arrested, I was about to start trial on this LWOP case. And, you know, the prosecutors on this case are great prosecutors. You know, I know this is going to shock, you know, McClelland and Holman on all those guys, but I'm actually very well liked and respected all over the state. Okay. I mean, I'm not just saying that, I'm saying that humbly. I mean, I've done this for 30 years. I don't have problems, you know, and the prosecutors and I worked out a deal on that case where, he would essentially go do 2 years. This guy, he was accused of setting a guy on fire and all this kind of thing and killing him. And surprisingly, shockingly, we worked it out where he would do two years in jail and then be released. And so that case was over. And I was expected to be in a jury trial. Coincidentally, while we're in the Delphi trial, he was released because it was almost 2 years later to the day. I was in trial and I got an email while I was in trial and it said, you know, he's released and he's going on to home detention. And I was glad about that. But the point of it is, but for that getting resolved, I would never ever have been on the case, because what happened is I got a phone call from a guy named Brad Rozzi, and I didn't know Brad. He's from, you know, for those that don't know, I mean, I'm down here in, you know, south of Indianapolis, and Brad's way up here in Logansport near Delphi. And Brad was kind of the go-to. I mean, he'll tell you about this tomorrow, but he was kind of the go-to. He's not a public defender necessarily, but he's a very good lawyer, obviously. And he was kind of the go-to guy when there was complicated cases or
conflicts,
high-profile cases that they needed really a more of a tactician and a more of an experienced lawyer that knows what they're doing. And so Brad, the way that he called me and he said, "Hey, I got your name from Stacy Uliana." Now, for those who pay attention to the case, just today, I think you learn that Stacy is one of the two appellate lawyers on this case. He called Stacy because Stacy had been involved in a high-profile case in Indiana called State versus David Cam. He was a state trooper that was falsely accused of killing his wife and daughter, and he had round one trial, guilty, reversed, go back to trial, round two, guilty, reversed, round three. Stacy represented him with a guy named Rick Kamen, and they're both really terrific trial lawyers. Stacy's also a great appellate lawyer, and Stacy and Rick secured a not guilty on that third, and he truly was innocent. He really was. It was a real travesty and sad what happened to this guy, and he's a great person, and actually I think I'm going to try to connect with him because I think he's got some interesting things to say to me. We've been communicating, and but Stacy said, I'm not going to get on that case, Brad Rozzi. I'm just not going to do it. She knew that Judge Gull was on the case, and you know, there was she just wasn't going to get on the case. Let's just say that. And he apparently asked her, "Well, who do you recommend?" And she said, "Well, Andy Baldwin would be a guy you could call." And then he called me, and you know, it was that awkward conversation. I was just like, "Hey, I just got done with this other case. I probably can get on." Yeah. And then Judge Gull, he said, "Judge Gull's got to call you." So then she called me to kind of vet me, and I knew her daughter, who's a prosecutor, very good prosecutor. And so we kibitzed a little bit, and she said, "Yep, you're good to go." And then that's how I got on the case. And Brad and I didn't know each other from Adam at all at that point. So.
Yeah, and I think that that's one thing that I kind of wanted to explain in terms of Indiana. When you've got a smaller town in a smaller county, they don't necessarily have a dedicated public defender's office. Like, obviously here in Chicago, when you talk about Cook County, which is where the city of Chicago is situated, clearly they have a massive public defender's office. My father was a PD in the Cook County Public Defender's Office for 14 years. And, but when you're talking about rural Indiana, that's not the case. So just like, I wanted you to kind of explain, like, what do they do in a situation like that where they don't have a dedicated PD's office? That's why they there's outreach. Like what is the, like, how does that operate?
It's really, there's not one set way to do it. I mean, many counties have a kind of an agreement that if there's like a conflict, because let's just say it's a local attorney that's got a DUI and he's friends with all the lawyers, and well, I mean, hopefully he wouldn't need a public defender, but let's say it's somebody that everybody knows. It's a secretary in the courthouse or something, and they don't really want local lawyers. So what are they going to do? Well, the judge, and typically a judge will just be like, I think I'm just going to find somebody in a contiguous county. There might be local rules that talk about what to do in that situation. The same goes with special judges. The same goes with special prosecutors. So there's local rules that you can go to, but really what really happens is probably, and Brad will have to tell you, but I think what happened there is, hey, who's a guy we can go to that's going to do a good work?
Yeah.
And on a big case like this and isn't going to screw things up. And, Brad Rozzi's that guy. And I think Judge Diener is the one that kind of suggested to Judge Gall, but you'll have to ask Brad that, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it went down. And that's how it is. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's, you know, and when I have Brad on, he'll be with us tomorrow. I mean, he's going to tell us, I mean, he's got, you know, his brother is Indiana State Police. Like Brad's represented a lot of cops. Like,
Yes.
he's got these relationships. So like, it's why it was important for us to have you on, because I needed to humanize all three of you that represented Rick Allen. I think people lose sight of the fact that you're human beings that have careers that you have developed and nurtured and worked very hard and to create, and to have it destroyed or have it an attempt to destroy your integrity and your reputation over a case was something that I took umbrage with. So it was always very, very important for me to be able to have this night with you, so that people could see who Andrew Baldwin really is. Because I, like, you know, in the time that I've gotten to know you, you're a heart on your sleeve type of guy. You know, you're a lot like me in that sense, and you're just a genuine human being who's got feelings, you know, and who was profoundly affected by a lot of things that happened in this case. So we're going to get into them. So, Allie, I see that you've highlighted a couple things. Why don't you ask these two questions you have highlighted?
So I'm just wondering, when you first met Richard Allen, and I obviously don't want to know anything about what he said, or just your general, how that first meeting was, and like your general impressions of him as a human being.
Rick was, before kind of, you know, being in solitary for so long, Rick was, you know, he was I'm innocent, I'm confused. How did this happen? You know, when I first saw him up in Westville, we walked into they treated us really nice for a while in Westville. There was a lot of lies that were told by Gallipo, by the way. You know, one thing that he said is we weren't allowed to bring our phones in. And then I think he said something along the lines of, if you did, you were violating the rules or something. No, we would walk in and they'd have us show them the phone, so that then on the way out, they'd have us show the phone, so they knew that we didn't leave the phone behind or something. So, you know, they treated us very nicely the first time that we ever showed up. Because that building where Rick stayed was so far away from the other buildings, we had to get into a golf cart, the equivalent of a golf cart, and they would have to take us in this golf cart all the way, I don't know how far it is, a few hundred yards, to this building that's just gross and disgusting. And, you know, you go in there and you're like, is this how people, I've been to prisons all over the state of Indiana, probably been in every prison at some point in time. And this is by far the worst one I'd ever seen. And it's like out of a mental asylum, you know, like you would imagine, just where a horror movie might take place in this thing. And but they were super nice to us at the beginning, and we went into this room, and it was kind of the captain's room. There was a long like conference room table, and they brought Rick in, like he's Hannibal Lecter, they chained up and stuff. And I actually, that first meeting, I remember they brought water. I actually gave him, he couldn't lift his arms up because of the thing. And I had to give him the water, I had to give him the water out of the hand and give it to him. And, he was just confused. And I just believed him. And I walked away, thinking this sucks, because I believe him. And that's really the hardest thing for a defense lawyer, is when, there's lots of hard things, but one of the hardest, and maybe the hardest one, is I actually believe this guy. And now the weight of his defense is on our shoulders, and that's rough. And, Rick told me later, I want to tell you this because it kind of connects. So while the trial was going on, we would go down into the lunchroom, to the basement of the courthouse, which we call, it was a lunchroom. It was basically, and the guards that were guarding Rick, I want to say, they were the nicest people. They were good human beings. They were super nice and sweet, and treated Rick like a human being. And so we were allowed to bring him food from, Rick loves Taco Bell. Okay. He would tell you that. There wasn't a Taco Bell, unfortunately, in Delphi, anywhere close, but there was a little Mexican restaurant, and he knew about it. And so for example, I brought him tacos, or we would bring him, ribs or sandwiches or whatever. And so here's what would happen at lunch. It'd be us down there in the basement, the 3 guards, 4 guards. And, I would be down there. Jennifer might be down there. Brad might be down there. It depends on what we had going on in the afternoon. If I had a big cross coming up, I would probably not be down there. But most days I was down there. Most days Matt Hoffman would be down there. And Rick he'd eat. We would laugh. We would, with the guards, we'd joke around. We'd talk about our fantasy football teams. We would, Rick would talk about his, funny stories about it, where he used to work, and he's a really funny guy. And very, it really heartened me, because he was being a human. That was the most human interaction that he had in 2 years. And it was just like he was one of the guys, and he was smiling and laughing. And it just made my heart so happy, because he was being a regular guy. It wasn't anything exciting. We weren't coming up with solving the world's problems. We were talking about our wives and joking about, how they snored or whatever. And that was very meaningful for me. And then he said to me, after one of those lunch sessions, we were getting ready to leave, and he said, "Hey, I want to tell you, I don't know that you remember this, but the first time I met you, you came over and hugged me." And that meant the world to me, because I hadn't seen or touched anybody in a loving way, like in a way where somebody was treating me with respect, or not at least in an angry way, for however long that had been, a month or so. And he said, that meant a lot. I knew at that point in time that, you might actually care about me. And that was just a little thing. It's just what you do as a human being. You see somebody that's in there, you go over there, you need to put your arm around them and say, "Hey man, we're here to fight for you. It's going to be okay." And how are you? And that meant enough to him that he remembered it, a year later or 2 years later. And so, yeah, the first time I met him, I just thought this is an innocent guy. I believed that. I also knew at that time I didn't know a lot. So I thought I could be disappointed. I could find out things that are going to disappoint me, and I'm going to learn that maybe he did commit this crime. Perhaps that was the case. I thought, I didn't think that would actually happen, and it didn't, because he isn't.
And so, yeah, and just a quick aside, I mean, when I got into the practice of law and my father is a defense attorney, I mean, he told me very early on, you know, that the worst client that you can possibly have as a defense attorney is an innocent person, because the weight of that in terms of what we do for a living, knowing that it all lies on our shoulders completely, is debilitating in terms of, you know, knowing that if you don't get the job done, that your client's going away potentially forever, you know, and it's like people just don't understand unless you're trying cases from the defense side of it, just how crippling that can be in terms of your mindset, man. You know, you almost prefer to have the clients where they're going to have the evidence, you know, you're trying to work out a deal that's fair, you know,
Yeah.
where the punishment fits the crime, you know, because when you get those cases, and they're pretty rare, you know, where you get a case where you're like, oh my God, you know, this guy's actually innocent.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a terrifying proposition. You know, and only you as the attorney can know, because when you get the discovery, that's when you dig in and you start looking at what they have, and you start looking at the investigation, and then you reach your own conclusions. Because I don't know about you, but most of our clients come in and they deny that they do it. You know, they typically say they're innocent. So we have to wait till the discovery comes in and we see what they have. But
Yeah.
so, like, and it's a question that a lot of people are asking, as you sit here right now, do you know how he's doing?
No. So the last time I talked to Rick was after the sentencing. So I had planned to go up and talk to Holman afterwards, but Jennifer took care of that apparently. After the disgusting things that he said, and that would have not been the first time that I had confronted him, but I'm glad I didn't, because it was not appropriate, and it would not have been appropriate. And I would have probably been a little bit more animated than Jennifer was. She's a little bit more classy, probably. The reason I wasn't there is I followed Rick out, because what I wanted Rick to know was, you know, there was a drumbeat going on in that sentencing of basically, don't appeal, don't appeal. If you really found God, you're not going to appeal, was essentially the thing that was being stated. And that was, you know, that's disgusting to me. I'm sorry. I mean, you know, with everything that has happened, you know, everybody, Rick Allen is more than anybody, but the people in Delphi, the people that have paid a lot of attention to this case throughout the world, I guess, everybody needs to have an actual resolution where the evidence actually comes in, and which is one of the reasons, you know, that the appeal is happening. But when they were, Rick is a good, like, human being, you know, when he, you know, he doesn't like that the families don't have closure. You know, that's upsetting to him. And even as an innocent person, that bothers him, because he's just like we are. I mean, when he sees upsetting photographs at trial, that's upsetting to him. And so I was worried that Rick loves his family, and he wants, you know, he wanted them to move on, perhaps, you know. That'd be easy for him to think that way, knowing him. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know Rick Allen. I mean, I know him as his lawyer, and I know him, I consider him a friend, but I consider him, you know, to be a good person, a good human being. And I followed him out because and I told him, I said, Rick, do not get sucked in to thinking that you should not appeal this. Do not get sucked in. You know, he sat there and said, I want to appeal it. And I was a little worried, because I was sitting right next to him, and the judge asked him, do you want to appeal this? Some words to that effect. Now that actually doesn't happen that often. Usually that's decided later because we have 30 days to make decisions. So
it's like she was trying to use the pressure that they just tried to manipulate him to pressure him to say no right then and there.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that because I don't know why she has. It's not completely crazy for a judge to ask that question. I mean, it does happen, but I got to say, I was a little worried after that kind of pressure-filled morning of him just saying, you know what, let these families, let's just not do the appeal. I was worried that he might think that. So I ran after him, and on his, the guards, again, they're super nice guys. They were nice enough to let me kind of put my arm around him and say, hey, just ignore all that noise. Okay. Because there's so many people out there fighting for you, and you're going to let all of them down, and you can't worry about, I know that you're worried about the family, the families of Abby and Libby. I know that you're worried about that, but everybody wants this thing to be completed the right way, and you not appealing this would not be the case. So get that. If that is in your mind, get it out of your mind. And that's the last words that I spoke to him. So Bob, after that, I will tell you that typically what happens in Indiana, there's odd things happening. But wow, what a shocker, in this case. Normally what happens when you are sentenced is you go back to the county jail, wherever you are, and you sit there for some period of time, typically at least a few days.
At least 30, right? So you can file motions?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I have never thought of it that way, but it just, I don't know why it is, but typically, yeah, it's 3, 4, 5 weeks. It's more about how the Department of Corrections, they may have 3 guys that need to get picked up in Decatur County and 2 in Shelby County. And okay, we'll just make one round trip and swing by and pick all of them up. Well, Rick went that day to RDC, a Regional Diagnostic Center in Plainfield. And that's where they do like an assessment of the right place for him to go based upon a battery of tests, and they have people talking to him. And typically that takes, I told somebody this today, actually, you're not going to be able to talk to him for 3 to 4 weeks. He's going to be in the RDC for 3 to 4 weeks minimum. And they don't allow you to talk. They're in there doing their thing. He's, and they're bringing psychologists. I don't know exactly everything that they do, but they're making assessments about the proper place for him to go. All right. That takes 3 to 4 weeks minimum. I mean, I've never seen it ever done more quick. Now I could be wrong, and maybe it's common to get it done in 6 days, which is what happened in this case. 6 days later, Rick Allen is back in Westville. And my mind is blown by that. I don't get it. I don't want to think the things that I think, but yeah, this guy with mental health, Newcastle is a place, a DOC facility that has mental health facility. I was presuming that's where he would end up, but I never thought in a million years they'd be bold enough to send him back to Westville. Yet that's where he ended up. And I don't know. I mean, maybe it's all perfectly on the up and up and done the right way. But it just doesn't feel right.
And it's unlike what you typically experience.
Definitely not what I typically experience with.
So in terms of what is the ability to be able to challenge where he's been housed? Is there any way to go about that in Indiana?
Not really. I mean, I know I have a contact person at the DOC who's an attorney, and I'll reach out and say, hey, how did this classification happen? And sometimes you can, make things happen. Sometimes you just gotta, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and sometimes the guy's like, I shouldn't be here. And they create enough, chaos or paperwork or whatever that they end up sending the guy somewhere else. But no, there's really not much that can be done. And right now, I was told, Jennifer Auger told me yesterday or a couple days ago that nobody can talk to Rick, not even Kat. We called Kathy, his wife, have you talked to him? And apparently for 6 to 8 weeks, nobody's going to be able to talk to him. That's also weird. Once you're placed at the DOC, and maybe I'm wrong on this. I mean, if I'm ever wrong, I will own it. I don't have any issue owning stuff. And if I'm talking out my rear end and then later on, it's like, no, it's standard. When you show up to wherever you're going, wherever the RDC folk tell you to go, you're not supposed to talk. You're not allowed to talk to your family members for 6 to 8 weeks. If I'm wrong on that, then I will own that. But I don't think that is the way that it typically is. Most of the time, you don't talk to them while they're at the RDC because for whatever reason. But when they get to their destination, then they can have communication.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am used to like they've got to fill out paperwork to say who they want to
Yeah.
speak to, and but 6 to 8 weeks that seems
And I might even be getting that information wrong, but I thought that's what Jennifer said, and but I don't know. It's weird that he's back up there. It's sad. It's it's disturbing. I don't know how Kathy. It's easy. Like when you were talking, Bob, a second ago about it's the hardest thing to represent an innocent person, somebody you believe is innocent. Whenever I had that feeling, like how just it sucks, I would then think about Rick and think about what is he going through. I mean, who cares about me? Who cares about that I'm going through this? I signed up for this. When I became a defense trial lawyer, that's what I opted to do. Rick didn't opt to be arrested, thrown, have no hearing that sends him to the Department of Corrections, have, that none of that was that he signed up for. And yet there he is. And now he's back there. How horrible. After all those videos that were played at the trial, I mean, can somebody in the DOC have some humanity or common sense, for crying out loud? Just not put him there. How hard is that? There's 7, 8 other facilities. You're telling me he can't go to any of those other facilities where he doesn't have bad memories? I mean, come on.
I mean, as well as I do. I mean, at this point, he's a convicted, child killer. So like, and they're treating him as such.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, that is the road that we have to hoe as defense attorneys, man. I mean, it's like, that's why the concept of trying to keep his spirits up, it becomes increasingly more important because, we know as defense attorneys that we have no idea what goes on in those facilities behind those walls on a daily basis with our clients and the other convicts that are in there with the guards. I mean, we just don't know, and I mean, your client can tell you, but in terms of just the volume of what happens in terms of psychological warfare on these people that are in there, and they're, in my estimation, there is a vested interest in making sure that this case goes away. I mean, you can't look at this thing objectively and not feel that there's that kind of vibe about this case that people are ready for it to go away. I mean, Holman said it in that bizarre press conference. Let's quit the rhetoric. Let's just move on. Like the case, it's done. It's like, that's not how our system of justice works.
No.
Like Holman's been in law enforcement long enough to know that the trial is merely the beginning of post-conviction work. I mean, it is now, it's in for the long haul, and depending on what happens on direct appeal or post-conviction petitions, whatever's going to come up and however it's going to go, I mean, that's where this thing's at, and the thing's not going anywhere. And the people that are going to end up feeling that are Abby and Libby's families, and the reality is Nick McClelland going to be giving them updates on what's going on, explaining the process, so they're not sitting there in a state of panic, like wondering what's going on. The whole thing is just, it's been I've been a part of trials and cases that were kind of inexplicable, but like I just haven't seen one that was quite as inexplicable as this one in a lot of different ways. So I want to ask you a couple of things, just kind of a general proposition.
Sure.
How often is it that, in your estimation, that a pretrial detainee is kept in a prison in Indiana?
I mean, no, I mean, I've never had it happen in my practice. All I do is criminal defense. I think we got some statistic from somebody at the DOC that there was at some point, I don't know how many, 7 or something that were, but the difference is this is when people are troublemakers, like safekeeping. This guy's a problem at the county jail. We can't deal with him anymore. Get him out, send him to the DOC. The situation with Richard, where he had done nothing wrong, he had no hearing. There was no evidence at all that supported the safekeeping statute. Even at the June 15th hearing of 2023, they had to admit, they being Liggett, had to say, yeah, there's nothing that supported, that he was in danger or that he was a danger to other people. And under that scenario, I'd say 0 people other than Richard Allen have ever been sent to prison without a hearing, without a lawyer, without any evidence that he deserved to be there, without any evidence that supported the statute. That statute is supposed to be very rarely used, I would presume, under the most rare circumstances. And yet there he was, and people signed off on it. And, Brad fought that. Brad was kind of in charge. It was kind of interesting how everything got kind of divided up kind of organically on this case. And, Brad, I always told him this too. I mean, he had the weight of watching those, he put together one heck of a, his expert work with his crosses of Walla and of their doctor, Martin. And, that guy, the time he put into that, but really what was more upsetting, it was him and Max Baker also, the amount of time they had to spend watching those videos to put together the presentation that they put together, and watching Rick. I mean, it had to be just like so depressing and so upsetting. And I'm just super happy that I did not have to do that. I mean, it was just not the way that the tasks were divided. And Brad had to put that all together. And so Brad's super passionate. I mean, we all are, but Brad is, you'll know from talking to him tomorrow, I presume, how passionate he is about Rick's circumstances and how he ended up there and how he remained there and all of that. And, and Max was a quiet behind the scenes hero that really put up with a lot of that, the video, and it was super upsetting to him. I mean, he's a young guy hoping to go to law school next year. And, it was just very upsetting to him, but he was a trooper. And Max and I and Matt Hoffman, I got to know Max when we went down to Georgia to pick up the missing crime scene, or the mimicked crime scene photo. So Max and I and Matt Hoffman spent a few days down in Georgia together, and I got to know him real well. And he's as good as, from what I understand, there was quite a bit of talk about him from what my wife said, and he's as good as advertised. He's as quality a human being as advertised. I love that guy. Love making fun of him. Love talking about his crazy hair before he got it cut and all of that. But he wants to be, he wants to go to law school, and he bore a lot of that, as did Brad, just watching those videos and dealing with the inhumanity of it all. They had to do that. There was a Saturday where Brad came down and we were trying to pick, watch it together, and it was just, I couldn't watch it. It was just awful. I just said, I'm not going to be able to do this. So,
Yeah.
That was part of putting it together, though.
Right. I mean, it's a necessary evil in cases like this. And, and when I want to get into that with Brad in terms of kind of the yeoman's work he was able to get done in terms of trying to really shine a light on the conditions of confinement that were going on that were so out of the norm, and what the end result was and the interplay with it was really a breathtaking amount of work.
People can't appreciate it. It's the same thing. I went to Jim Luttrell, who did their expert DNA direct, and after the direct of the DNA person and the ballistics expert, I went over to him and I said, Jim, you did a great job on the directs. People don't appreciate how much time, I know, sitting there, how much time you put an effort to make it look as good as it did in terms of the communication of what you're trying to communicate. And that's another thing that people don't understand about me, I think, or some people, from what I've been told. I applaud quality work. I applaud on both sides. I love watching good lawyering. I told Stacey Diener that the same thing when she and Brad were arguing on August the 1st, July 30th, the admissibility of the so-called confessions. I thought both of them really just did terrific lawyering, and I went up to her and I get emotional about that stuff because it's, watching people do what we do as lawyers and doing it so well. I applauded her for that, and I applauded Luttrell, and I actually gave Nick McClelland on the Don Perlmutter cross. I mean, he kind of stepped into a trap that he doesn't know about, but at the same time, the cross that he did that he should have done at trial, I went over to him and I told him at a break, hey, that was a really great cross. And he was shocked, but that's because he doesn't know me.
Right.
Prosecutors that deal with me, they understand that's how I operate all over the state. I like watching good lawyering, honest lawyering,
Yeah, I'm the same way. I can remember a time when we had a pretty hard fought trial, and I think the prosecutor is now I think probably the lead prosecutor under the elected prosecuting attorney in our primary county, and Allison and I went to trial. Really hard
Both
fought
of them,
trial.
actually. They were both on that trial.
Yeah, they were.
She was the second chair.
And we ended up getting an NG on it, and and he was furious when the verdict was read, and I went over,
As Bob always does.
and to shake his hand and say, hey man, that was a well done trial.
We do it when we
the same
lose.
way. Yeah, I do it when I lose. I appreciate zealous advocacy that's done skillfully. It's what we do. Like that. That's always the hope. The hope is that you have two competent lawyers or two competent teams of lawyers that are trying these cases, because that's the closest we're going to be able to get to assuring that we got the right result. I mean, with the X factor of you never know what a jury's going to do. You know what I mean? So, all right. So, I wanted to ask you, and you might, like, if there's things that you can't answer because of what's pending, just let us know.
Yeah.
But like early on, you guys had filed this, I think it was called a motion to let bond.
Yeah.
And I was excited about that.
I was too.
Because that was going to be a mini trial.
Yes.
And like, so I had driven out to Delphi, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. Like, I'm going to get to finally hear some of this purported evidence that they have, and it's going to be challenged. And I'm going to get here some cross-examination of some cops and all the things that I love about defense work. And I get there, and that thing had vanished. And I think was that the day that we had, was that the first safekeeping hearing? The day that was supposed to be. What happened to that motion, I guess?
My memory of that is that Brad and I, the judge said it in February of 2023. And we just, if I could do it all over again, I mean, of course, I've been going through the worst mental and emotional post-mortem of all time for me as a lawyer over the last 6 weeks or so, or however long it's been. And, that's one of those things where if I could do it all over again, I would have just done it. We weren't really ready. You got to understand, we didn't have hardly any evidence at that point in time. Much of the evidence didn't come in until September of 2023. And we didn't have Libby's phone until September of 2023. We didn't have any of the Todd Click stuff until September. Now I knew about the Odinism stuff in March because I was going through the stuff that we did have, and it's like piles and piles and piles of stuff. So every day I'm in here, and when I found out about the Odin stuff, it was on a Saturday morning, and I was like, holy crap. That was the 12-page report that Murphy had put together. And so none of that stuff we had available to us yet. Bob, it would have been a good idea. I think it would have really exposed them in February had we had them come out. I don't know if they would have I don't know what they would have done. I don't know that they, a lot of the stuff that they put into trial, I don't know that they even knew about at that point in time. There was so much, I don't know, so many terabytes. We analyzed it at 3.5 million paper and videos and audios. And, we could still be working on that 24 hours a day and still not be through it yet. But that's the answer to that. I've done let bail hearings. For those that don't know, a let bail hearing is in Indiana. It used to be that murder was not a bondable offense, but they made it so that the legislature or the Supreme Court, I don't know which, a few years ago said, well, it is bond. You can ask for a bond if you do this let bail hearing, and then the burden is on the state to prove by preponderance of the evidence that they have the goods, essentially. And it's a really terrific. I've actually won one of those last year in a murder case. It was a year and a half ago. Kelly Pyle and I did in Grant County. But so it can happen, and we got a bond set on a murder case, and so they do work, and it's nerve wracking. I mean, much of what we do as defense lawyers is completely nerve wracking. It just you have to have the courage to go through these minefields that you are expecting, and then a lot of times you find out there wasn't really a minefield. That's the thing. In that case in Grant County, that's what happens. Like, this is what it is. We thought they were going to have something different, and had we done that in Delphi, I don't know what the state would have been able to bring forward at that point. So
that's interesting that you're looking at it that way. As far as if you had done it then, it might have been setting a trap for the state, locking them in. Sometimes that's why, I never want to waive a prelim ever, because I want to get as much as I can for them to say as much as they will, just to lock them into something. But an extension of that, and it was a question I was intending to pose once we got to the Frank's motion fully, but I think it was the first, it might have been the second, and I was over there screaming to Bob, why don't they file this as a bond motion? Because I was assuming there were more time limitations on the judge about how quickly that's something that she can hear. It's not something she can deny on its face without a hearing, as far as I knew. But I thought, since part of that determination, you said the state has the goods, what's the likelihood of conviction? Is the evidence great? And I thought all of this could have been to show the judge the evidence is not great.
Yeah.
You should give him bond. And I kept screaming, they should convert this into the bond hearing.
Well, the let bail is essentially a bond hearing. I mean, that I don't disagree with what you're saying in terms of we should have gone through with the hearing. Thank you for making me feel.
No, I mean, later when you
you can't get a bond in murder case in Indiana. You have to do the let bail hearing.
Well, that's what I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's what we should have done, and we should have followed through. If I could do it all over again, I could. How much time do you have? I got about 20 hours, because there's about 20 hours worth of things I could tell you that I wish we would have done differently. And who knows what difference any of it would have made,
Right. No, but I understand what you're saying. At that point in time, you actually didn't have all of that evidence. You
I
didn't know
know it
about
shouldn't
all
have
of that
mattered
evidence.
though, Allison. I mean, we should have gone forward. Tennessee, he was barking in my ear about that, like you can't even believe. And he was, as usual, he was right. You know, he was right.
Hey, we all know, it's
Yeah.
2020 after the fact. I
Yeah.
mean, but
Yeah.
So, all right. Speaking of the devil, let's get into so the way that this case developed, and you've got the strange situation with the sealed probable cause affidavit, which is really what piqued my interest. I'm like, wow, the arrest is made. I'm like, man, it's been 5 years coming. This is amazing. They made an arrest. I go knowing that that's public record. Probable cause affidavits are out there for the public to peruse. It's sealed. So when it gets unsealed, I look at it. I'm like, okay, where's the evidence?
Unimpressive. Yes.
You've got mere presence at the bridge, which he volunteered the information, and you got an unspent casing. That's what you've got. And I'm like, wow. And then when you couple that with the fact that they charged him with felony murder, and as a defense attorney, when they're going that route, that means they don't have the goods for the big charge. That's why they charge it that way. So as a defense attorney, you're like, all right, they've got problems. They're looking for more evidence. They're hoping that when they arrest this guy and they get all that access to his devices and all the other things that you get after you arrest somebody and you continue your investigation, that they're going to develop the rest of what they need to get a conviction on this case. So let's jump to your development of the Franks memo, because that is when this case just turned on its head.
Yeah.
The public, it created this massive divide where you had two camps. Walk us through it. So when do you first kind of come up with this concept that you're like, my God, I've got to, this evidence is crazy to me, but I've got to do something about it.
Yeah. Well, that's not really the way that it happened. The way in chronologically. So the way that the Franks even came into existence was this. I had filed a motion to suppress, a very generic one. And what people don't know is, lawyers don't like, or criminal defense lawyers that I think know what they're doing, they don't want to be very specific on their motion to suppress, because all that is like a neon sign for the police to, oh, that's what I did wrong. Then I will, I've had it happen before. Any lawyer that's done this for, a long time has had it where the problem has been solved. You gave them the roadmap on the motion itself, and therefore they were able to solve it. They come in and they testify, oh no, I did do that. It just wasn't, I just didn't put it in my report or whatever. And so I filed a very generic motion to suppress. And I was at first challenging it on the four corners of the document, meaning I just didn't think there was enough there for even an arrest or for a charge to be filed. But then when we got some of the evidence and I looked into the Betsy Blair, that, wait a minute, she didn't describe a guy that looked like Richard Allen. And then the Sarah Carbaugh business, that she didn't say muddy and bloody and all of that. Well, now we're turning it into, they didn't tell the complete story to Judge Diener. There, and all those things that everybody that pays attention to the case, they would know about. It wasn't just those things. There's a bunch of other things. So because I am, I try to be honorable. I mean, I know there's people out there that don't believe that. I called Nick and I said, hey, I know I filed a generic motion to suppress, but I want you to know, and I'm sure that you already know this, Nick, although I don't think he did, but that I'm going to go after the, Liggett, who signed it. And, Nick actually signed off on the search warrant. He approved it because there's things that they did not include in there that they should have included. And he's like, oh yeah, I know that. that was on like a Thursday. Well, I was talking to Matt Hoffman, and I said, this ain't going. I can tell from his voice, that he was not ready for that. So I get another, he and I talk again. It's like, maybe over the weekend or something. So what are you going to be doing exactly again? I think there's some things. Maybe I gave him a little bit of a clue as to what I'm doing. So then I think the hearing was on a Monday. Maybe it was a Thursday. It doesn't matter. No, it was a Thursday. We showed up, and Nick walked into the back room, and my staff, I have these great interns that were working on the case, and they said, hey, Andy, you may have to, there's a thing called the Franks motion that you may have to file if you're saying that that there's shenanigans going on, with the cops, that they didn't include stuff, or that they lied about stuff that they did include. You might have to file a Franks thing. I'm like, I said, in Indiana, we just call that a motion to suppress. Okay. I mean, I've been doing millions of motions to suppress where I'm like, the cop didn't put this in the affidavit. He should have put it in there. And then the judge makes a ruling. We don't have to put anybody on notice, and no prosecutors ever complain about it. It's just a motion to suppress. Well, we walked in, and Nick, we were in the back jury room, and that before the motion to suppress was supposed to happen. And he said, I think that I'm going to ask for a motion to continue because you should file this. I've talked to the prosecutor counsel, and they say that this should be a Franks. And I said, I'm not going to object to it, because even though I'm ready to roll on it, I did file it generically, and if that's what you want. So we went back and talked to the judge, and he said, yeah, this needs to be filed as a Franks. And she said, yes, it needs to be filed with a Franks. And to be honest with you, at that time, 28 years, I'm 30 plus years now, but it was 29 years. I'd never filed a Franks motion ever. It's more of a federal thing. It's not something that, I talked to the defense lawyers I know, prosecutors I know, they're like, yeah, we never see that filed that way. But they wanted their Franks, and they got it. So that's what they asked for it, and I gave it to them. So as it relates to the contents of the Franks, that was there was a bit of a battle between me and Brad on that about how the scope of it. And, I felt it was such a strong issue that we really, I'm delusional. Okay. I just am. I really thought we were going to win on that. And that'll be part of the appellate process, but what should that have been ruled on and granted? Should we have at least had a hearing on it? But the process in that was, it just kind of developed organically. So I kind of turned into a hermit. I had a murder trial in Southern Indiana in July of 2023, and I had just started working on the Franks a couple of weeks before that. And that was basically the last trial that I was going to work on. And then I was just going to be 100% on the Delphi case. And so after that trial, Max and Matt and I went down to Georgia. We came back up. We did some depositions, the August 6th through the 10th. And then we got some, Jerry Holman was deposed, and it, that's a whole story in and of itself, that whole week, about what we were learning and what it seemed to be like, why are they not telling us this stuff? What is going on here? And then that turned into, I'm going to say 10, 15, 18-hour days of continuing to go through discovery, and with the intent of really looking for these bits and pieces that supported this overall theory that they had hid from the judge these suspects and all this evidence that supported that these suspects were involved in it. And, I was in it right here at this desk. I mean, just 2 a.m, working on it and reading things. And and every week it would be like, how close are you to being done? And I'm like, well, I just added a whole new thing. And, that we started learning that there were more things that were hidden that we weren't given, as if you read the memo. I mean, it's like you know, the whole the mimicked crime scene thing is just sticks in my craw like you can't even believe, because the way that went down, guys, was it was probably in April. No, it was in March. No, I don't know that it matters to anybody, but it was in March of 2023, and I was in here on a Saturday morning, and I stumbled upon this state police report to a guy named Ryan Joseph Winters, and it said, "Hey, this is his report." He's typed it out, and in it says, "I got a call from this guy in Georgia, and you know he looked at the social media Facebook profile of this particular guy. I don't know who. I'm not going to name any names. It's all out there in the Frank's memo, and it looks really weird. And one of the and by the way, there had been many of those reports coming in related to that particular person. It wasn't the only one. There was, I don't know, I might be going overboard if I say dozens, but it was a ton of them. Many of them are in the Frank's memo. Again, everything was backed up. You guys out there that don't believe, you think it's fantasy world, please read it. Would you please read it and then look and see if I'm full of crap or if I've backed it up with documentation that they provided us, because that's exactly what you will find. One of those documents was this report from Ryan Winters. And in it, it says, you know, he knows a little bit, he knows what the crime scene looks like, unlike, you know, everybody else. And one of these photos that this guy from Georgia sent me looks disturbingly like the crime scene. And this is a person that's directly related to one of the victims, you know, not related as familially, but related in other ways. Connected, directly connected. And that peaked, I was like, holy crap. Is that possible? I mean, I had seen this person's Facebook I'd seen Facebook, really bizarre things on his Facebook page, but I'd never seen something that looked like that. And so we reached out, and finally Matt Hoffman located this guy named Ryan Boucher down in Georgia. And, you know, Ryan was just an internet sleuth. And the thing that was going on there was I wanted to reach out to Nick and Holman and say, hey, where is this image that mimics the crime scene that's talked about right here online, this line right here? Here it is, highlighted. I'm emailing it to you. Do you have that? But I could not trust them. You know, I could not trust them. So I had to drive down to Georgia and because he wouldn't, I'd say understandably, Ryan didn't know who to trust. And I drove down there with Max and Matt, and we met with Mr. Boucher, very smart guy, and I said, I want to see the goods, you know? And I looked at the image. I'm like, holy crap. That looks, it's not an exact replica, but it's two girls on a forest floor mimicking death, with one of them positioned exactly, I mean, pretty exactly like Libby, with branches on them, not exactly the way that they were on the girls. And that's on this guy's Facebook page. And okay, can everybody that's listening now just pause and think about that for a second, please? Okay, there's somebody connected, and they have on their Facebook page an image that looks like the crime scene. Okay. I took that up, and that was in late July. We had our first round of depots in August, and we held on to that. And we didn't let them know that we had it until Holman was deposed on August the 10th. Brad and I did what I would label a little bit of rope-a-doping that week. You know, we were asking about these people, and yeah, that guy's never a suspect. There's nothing going on there. Oh, really? What's this Oddinism? Is there something going on with runs? What are they? I mean, we're playing dumb because we're trying to figure out, you know, we've seen these reports. They should know. What they should be saying is this. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me tell you about that guy. And why for a while, a hot second, that was somebody that we were interested in, and here's why we were no longer interested. No, it wasn't that. It was more like, that guy was never really a suspect. Okay, this is the guy who had the crime scene, mimicked crime scene on his, social media page, right? And a bunch of other stuff. So we were getting that kind of answers from law enforcement all week long. Well, we don't know anything about that. Holman, part one of his, there was a little bit of a good cop, bad cop, Brad being the bad cop. I'm sorry, the good cop, and Holman, denied, that guy was never really a suspect. I mean, there was not much going on there. And then I provided, then it was the bad cop time, I guess, if you want to call it that. And I handed him the 12-page, what I call the Odin report, which was Kevin Murphy's work. And it had, unbelievable. This should be available. I don't know. I think it should be available for everybody to have. And when people read it, their minds are going to be blown. Like, this was investigative work of a state trooper. And that was, that has a zero disciplinary history. He was asked, I can't remember if it was our Governor Mitch Daniels or Vice President, who was our Vice President from Indiana? Good old, what's his name?
Yeah, I forget. I know.
Murphy was asked to, take him around. It was either the governor or the vice president, Pence. And this is the type of trust that they had in this guy. Okay. And he was just doing his thing. And what's in there is, it's a mind blower. When you add that with the stuff that's on the Facebook, when you add that with the mimicked crime scene, it's like, okay, what's going on here? And then, so I give that to Holman and I say, hey, and this is all in a deposition and it's in evidence. So we can talk about that because it was put into evidence at the August 1st hearing. And so you can read this again, folks. If you don't believe me, go read it. And Holman comes back and I said, what do you think of that? You just sat here and told us that this guy had nothing to do with this. And did you read those pages? I gave him like a half hour to read him. And his answer was something like, well, that's not on state police form. Okay. I get that. Understand that. Appreciate that. What do you think of the contents of that? Well, how did this happen? Where did this come from? What is this? It looks like a Word document. Okay. I understand that. That's from Kevin Murphy. Well, he actually, I think he tried to claim that it was made. I don't know. He kind of intimated that we had like made it up. Is this something the defense made up? No, Kevin Murphy, that's his work. Well, I don't know what this is. I said, okay, I get that. Appreciate that. What do you think about what's contained in it though? Well, I don't know what this is. All right. Then I show him the mimicked crime scene photo. What about this? Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. I don't remember exactly what he said. And I just like, what is going on here? Well, then you're going to like this. This is a super interesting story to tell. And by the way, I want to say this. I hadn't planned really to do any media. I had really considered just letting the process kind of work itself out. I was emotionally traumatized by everything, not like Richard, of course, and not like Kathy, but it takes its toll. And it would have been easy just to get back because I do have a law practice and so forth. But when Jerry Holman got up and said those things that he said, and when Doug Carter got up and said the things that he said, then it was time to get on and talk. And that's what I'm doing. So, those guys are a large reason why I'm even on this podcast and doing the other things that I'm going to be doing. Had they just, taken the win and let the process work out, I might not even be sitting here, So, because here's a story that Jerry Holman will not want to have told. While he's getting, kind of an aggressive questioning by me in the deposition on August the 10th, 2023, it's a Friday. This is a God thing. I believe that. The last deposition of the day happened to be with a guy named Kevin Murphy, who was in the hallway. Okay. Waiting and waiting and waiting. And at the end of Holman's deposition, he walks into the hallway and I hear some type of something going on out there, raised voices or whatever. Later, what I find out from Murphy, and he testified to this on August the 1st. So again, this is out there, but it probably wasn't really magnified. That was a long day, and this was near the end of the day. But here's what Murphy testified to. Holman on his way out, I gave him the 12-page. I said, hey, that's for you. I want you to study up on that. You need to become familiar with that. I'm challenging him to investigate this stuff, right?
Begging
him. Yeah. And it's contentious, but and I told him, you can read it in the depo. I said, I don't have any faith in you. I don't think you're going to do this at all. Oh, you don't know anything about me. No, I've done this a long time. I know exactly who you are. I know guys like you. And of course I was right. They didn't do any real investigation afterward, just enough to say that they did. But anyway, he walks out into the hallway. I hear a kerfuffle of some type. And later on, what I found out from Murphy was, here's what happened. He had walked out. Holman had walked out with the 12-page Odin report drafted by Murphy. And he said to Murphy, how the hell did they get this? Well, he didn't say hell. He said the F word. I don't know what's allowed to be said on this thing. But
say what you're free to say all the words, but you don't have to. We get it.
How the F did they get this? Okay. So
you're fully aware that it exists, and you're fully aware that you were trying to keep it from the defense.
That's what it looked like. And that's what it sounded like.
What it sounds like.
And by the way, the last person to see the mimicked crime scene photo that was sent up to the Lafayette Police Post, Ryan Winters, in his report says, I haven't read it in a while, but I'm certain this is I went over to talk to Holman and I showed him what this guy from Georgia had shown me, the mimicked crime scene. I wanted this particular person reinvestigated, re-interviewed. That was never done. And then magically that mimicked crime scene photo, poof, is gone. To this day, the only way that it even exists, this exculpatory piece of evidence, is because we drove down to Georgia and got it. And Trooper Purdy, here's another little anecdote. Trooper Purdy, in his deposition, he investigated this person for a little bit. He admitted under oath, yeah, that mimicked crime scene photo was in his Facebook post. But we just didn't think it was, of any value or any other things that were in his thing. Then on July 30th, under oath, Purdy gets up and says, yeah, I presented the mimicked crime scene photo. Was this in his social media? Was this in his Facebook? Yes, it was. 2 times.
Well, if it's public, you could send it to us. We'll get it out there to the people.
2 times under oath. It is public, I think. I have it, and it's in the Frank's exhibits.
Yeah, some of those were sealed, but go on.
2 times under oath, Purdy says that mimicked crime scene was on this person's social media, Facebook. Then on August the 1st, I think they realized things were starting to fall apart for them. They bring Purdy back up unexpectedly. And Purdy gets up and they say, tell us about that mimicked crime scene photo. I'll call it that. Exhibit 227 or whatever it was. You've had a chance to think about that, haven't you? Yes. What do you say about it now, Trooper Purdy? Now, even though you've testified 2 times that it was on this person's social media page. Yeah, I don't think it was there. I think my memory is off on that.
It's that kind of shit that a judge lets even happen that just is so, it gets me so irate.
It's outrageous. And I crossed him. What can you say? You testified under oath that it was on his social media, on his Facebook page. Yeah. On August the whatever it was. Yes, I did. And then you said it 2 days ago. Yes, but something has changed in the last 2 days. Who have you talked to in the last 2 days? I mean, that was a major piece of evidence. And again, it's missing, like all the interviews of these same people. What is the common theme here? What's missing is everything related to this, this so-called, ridiculous theory that the defense has. It's supported by, every exhibit is supported in the Franks memo.
So I was going to ask you though, because a lot of those exhibits were filed under seal, and I don't know, those have never been unsealed, but technically they are of record. So I don't know that there's anything that would prevent you from, producing a full copy with all exhibits.
I think they have them in Delphi Docs, which is a Reddit sub. Delphi Docs. I would consider them to be defense friendly in terms of subs. There's many that are not.
Bob, I don't. I'm being told that is not accurate. That they do not have those docs because there's many people who've been trying to get their hands on them.
I tried in the Franks memo to detail it. Like the meme on this particular person's that talked about, it was a Goodfellas meme about you really find out who your friends are after they've helped you move a body. That was like 2-3 days after the murders. Okay, now there's from their own Pat Cicero. I mean, it could easily be argued that they needed to move 2 people to move those bodies for them to be positioned the way that they were and the way that the blood. If you get into the forensic phone data, it could have been those bodies. The phone could have at 4:33 a.m. It could have been in somebody's outbuilding, could have been in somebody's house, in and around where they ultimately were. It connects with the tower at 4:33. They take it out of a Ferrell bag. They take it out of a refrigerator, or they just walk it a couple of steps. It doesn't record on the Apple Health data, and then the phone connects with the tower, and then all that activity causes it to die very quickly. When that's probably exactly what happened. Once that 4:33 connection happened, there were 15 SMS messages and other messages that and voicemails and so forth that got onto the phone. And, I think Stacey Eldridge said, yeah, that's what probably happened. And I think even their guy, by the way, I think Chris Cecil, very honorable guy, by the way. Love that. Yeah. Any cop that is honest, Kevin Murphy, Todd Click, Ferenczi, I put, I put their phone data guy into that category.
Honestly. Now, I don't know if you can answer this, but it was actually a question that came from one of our subscribers that actually got me digging. I passed the information on to Jennifer today, but they asked if anyone knows if Libby's phone had a like an OtterBox type. They've got cell phone covers that have a little plug-in sort of. It's a protective cover of the charging port. And I did some research. Plugging in the connective charging of the charging port could also, just as this, I Google searched what water can do, can trick the iPhone system or software into thinking that something audio or video had been plugged in.
It was being charged.
Right. But it would also say, the other thing I wanted to say is if that was even a possibility, it would also speak to that maybe they were crossing, forced to cross water at 5 o'clock when that went in.
Yeah.
And that one of the girls protected the phone by pressing that in. And then, I don't know how it would get out.
There's all kinds of, one thing that we could have done a better job of for sure was, to me, the timeline just doesn't work. And there's a lot of different ways. And if I don't want to get into the strategy because I want to be on this trial the next time. And I know how differently we would try it, but let's just say, I think I know the way that, those guys made a big deal out of the fact that phone was not moved from 2:33 or whatever the time, I think it was 2:33 at all. it wasn't moved. Well, that's just conjecture on his part, because, you know, if that phone remained in a car, it's not going to show it. If it was in one place for all that time and then it shut down at 4:33 a.m., then you can pick it up, go across the river, place it under the body. It doesn't look like it's ever been. So where was the phone at 4:33 a.m.?
Right.
I think it wasn't there. I think it was in a different place. I think that's what the evidence supports. That's what the health data supports.
Or it was in a jammer was being used to jam the signal.
Or a Faraday bag, or whatever the case may
It
be.
could have been all of that, but what debunks the prosecution's theory that the phone was under that body, because I don't at all believe that those bodies were there on the 13th. I don't believe it, as much as I don't believe that only one person was involved. I mean, it's just poppycock. It's preposterous that one person could have done that in the middle of the day without anybody hearing it. The evidence doesn't support that. Common sense, logic doesn't support that. And, you know, I think that phone was somewhere, it connected at 4:33 a.m. And I think that at some point in time after that, they were close by, and, you know, those bodies were, whatever happened after 4:33 a.m. down there. I think that's what the evidence supports. At least a reason. It's not an unreasonable thing to think. I think it's actually what the evidence does support. But, you know, we didn't do a great job of explaining that type of scenario through cross-examination. There's chapters that could have been done. I mean, this is part of the process. You know, I could have asked, that could have been a drumbeat, driving those points home during trial. But, you know, anyway.
I mean, the fact of the matter is at trial, I can't recall what the fireman's name, the chief who brought all his folks down there for the search. And
Nice
you
guy.
had gotten into the questions about the lighting, and you know, and then Barb McDonald hit me up, or we talked about it, and she had, because he was, and I felt that he was an honorable witness, and I felt that he was an honorable man, and I did not get any sense that he was up there trying to change stories or limit, you know, what he was trying to say. But, you know, in terms of your questioning as to what kind of lighting they had down there, and you really kind of had to push them towards, like, yeah, there were, you know, I think that there were car headlights around it. And it turns out that when you listen to the Down the Hill podcast, when she interviewed him, he in that podcast, he said that they had a huge lighting system out there that had lit up the entire area,
and there was tons
like
of
a football field.
Yeah.
She sent me a quote because I asked her afterwards. She said, I just listened to episode 1 of my podcast, and Daryl Sterrett says and she gives me the timestamp 37:25, that he had, quote, scoured the banks of Deer Creek and had found, and that's the end of the quote, and hadn't found anything before search was called off in wee hours on February 14th, 2017. He doesn't comment on the lighting. Then she says right after that part, he does talk about searching the same area 3 or 4 times and having at some point to check that off. He said, we did have lights like no other.
Yeah. So this is a deficiency that we lawyers had on the defense side. Was I refused, and I think in the end I'm wrong in refusing to listen to Delphi After Dark or whatever all these other podcasts. I had heard of that one. Is that McDonald's, the one that she did? I don't know who does.
Barb McDonald's.
She was Down the Hill.
Well, I know. Oh, she's Down the Hill. Whoever does the one different podcast. I think, you know, I liked Barbara. I felt like she, you know, from what I could tell from what my parents said, she seemed to be doing fair work and honest, objective journalism. And I'll take my parents' word for that for sure. And I didn't listen to that. Had I listened to that, then I could have had that. I call them chapters. I do the Larry Posner is the kind of the cross-exam guru, and he has the thing called the chapter method. And I could have thrown in definitely some chapters off of that interview, because I do think Sterrett was an honest guy. And, you know, the fact, even that part, Allie, that you just read about that we scoured the banks. Here's what people don't know. Where the girls were found it's a 9-iron, you know. I don't.
Bob and I walked out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not far. So if you're scouring for 4 hours, like Sterrett said, you would have seen the clothing
Right.
in the bank.
Right.
And he didn't see anything because there wasn't any clothing then, you know. And that was a point that could have been better. That was my cross, you know, that was my cross examination of Sterrett. And I could have done a better job of highlighting that. Because a lot of times when you're a lawyer, you know, you have to get one thing that I feel like I'm good at, typically, but it didn't always play itself out the way that I would want during this trial, is telling the story through cross-examination is super important. And there's ways to do that. And I failed a lot in that regard. You know, Sterrett would be just one of those, because I think just the fact that those clothes weren't there, and if people understood that, then it would have lended itself to people understanding that the bodies weren't there either. So,
Right. But it's like we were talking about it yesterday with Jennifer. You can't be expected as the lawyers to know everything, especially in a case that is so saturated with information, where you're going to be like, I'm just going to get lucky, and one of these podcasts or
Yeah.
one of these, you know, is going to say something I need to know. It's not unreasonable. We talked about there needing to be like a whole new field in the legal
yes,
profession, a company that does this for you. But I do have to say, admissions of what you didn't know actually goes against everything everyone wants to call, you know, the people that were working with the defense. How in the hell would the defense not know everything that everybody else knows
yeah,
if we were constantly communicating and shills the defense and,
oh,
you know, saying and doing everything for them?
yeah,
Um,
yeah. I mean, I do want to say that to those who might be listening, and I don't know, there might be 10 people. I don't know how that all works, but if you're listening and you have sent stuff on my email to me and I've not responded, there's a chance that I never had the chance to look at it. There's a chance I looked at it and I had to assess, you know, I had to do triage and say that I don't think that's going to be valuable. At the beginning, I tried to respond to everybody, but in the end, just like you said, Allie, you have to kind of make some decisions. And the thing that is really mind-blowing is you really can't ignore anybody if you're doing it the right way, because some of the stuff that we did pay attention to ended up sounding crazy at the time, but ended up ferreting itself out to be something of value. And so all you internet sleuths out there, and I know there's people out there that think, oh, we work with them. And just like you said, we don't work with anybody. I don't really know. People would send me stuff and I'd look at it. But if there's anybody out there thinking that we were supplying, you know, evidence and saying, hey, get this out there. Would you please get this out there? We're trying to win this through the media or whatever. That's just not true. You know, there's this weird symbiotic relationship you have to have with people. Like, you know, some people, there's a guy out in California that he provided a couple of really interesting things. And so I wanted to maintain that relationship, but I wasn't going to give him any information, but I wanted to have a relationship with him because he was giving me information out there. And some of it was valuable. So, but then you have the gag order out there and you have to worry about, well, what does that mean? Am I violating something by talking to this guy? We should have fought the gag order, by the way, early on. That was a mistake. You
yeah,
know,
but you didn't expect it
it was
to
too
matter
broad,
as
and
much.
and the judge didn't really understand, I don't think, the kind of things that we were dealing with, practically speaking. And by the way, at the contempt hearing on March 18th, we provided evidence that the state was leaking of it. I mean, it was what I would say, pretty strong evidence. And that's one of the things when I called the state police internal affairs, I believe that was one of the things that I said. They're not investigating. They're only investigating us because they want us kicked off the case. They're not investigating their own people,
Right.
And
Well, I mean,
there's solid evidence that maybe it would have blown up, and maybe the people that the emails that we saw with our own eyes that were between, players that were involved on the state side and these podcasters, and one of them saying, please erase everything. I think basically we've been had. Please erase everything. They don't care about that. The state police. Hey, Doug Carter, you don't care about that. Okay. You can get up and do all your all your, whatever it is that you, in your weird press conference that everybody told me about, I saw little bits and pieces of it. And you can say that you tell me to my face and all that. Big deal. Okay. I'm not impressed with you. All right. What I'd be impressed by is if you actually, looked at the evidence and asked solid questions, and also investigated these leaks as vigilantly as you did with me. Okay. Those are the things that would be impressive. If journalists were out there and they talked to the people under these guys, Holman and Carter, I know what some of them would say. Okay. They're not impressed either. All right. So to the extent that those guys think that everybody, worships them and thinks that they're awesome, they are not. Let me tell you one little anecdote about Jerry. Okay. We're sitting there. The tables are so close to one another. This is a dumb little story, but it really highlights who this guy is. Okay. And again, I wouldn't be on here, but for the fact that you're already out there on these podcasts that you're on doing this stuff. Okay. I wouldn't even be talking about any of this. All right. So as Jack Reacher, the movie, said, remember, you wanted this. Okay. Well, that's what's happening right now. Okay. This is just a dumb little anecdote. We're during the trial, I said to Richard, the jury's going to be looking at you and they're going to be assessing. We talked about it in jury selection a little bit. Is that appropriate for the jury to do? The reality is they're going to be doing it no matter what they say. So when the photos get up, and it could be upsetting to anybody, an innocent man could look at and become upset. Or, I said, for example, when the photos are up there, put it into 4 quadrants, look at the upper left, which will be trees and stuff, and just write down on your notes, trees, leaves, sky. When somebody's testifying, just write down word for word as much as you're able to, kind of like what Bob and Andrea and others did. Write down word for word. That will take your focus away from the emotion behind everything. Well, Jerry Holman was seated, and let me tell you, it was intentional. He's a bully. He's trying to be a bully. If you heard his ridiculous interview, the second interview of October 26th, where he freaks out at the end, I'm going to prove that, all that stuff that Bob, I think, was in there for. Yeah, that's a little glimpse of who this bully is. He's sitting next to Rick, like this far apart, and he's trying to read his notes. He's trying to read what Richard Allen is writing down. Matt, I was bothered by it, but I'm like, he's not writing anything down. I don't even want to get into it. Matt Hoffman got irritated, sends me a note. Stop him from doing that. I'm like, yeah, you're right on that. I thought Richard leaned back. I looked at Holman and I said, stop looking at his notes. There was a witness on the stand. It wasn't my witness. Holman, he's shocked at any time that anybody, confronts him, because he's used to people just, acting like he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then at the break, he came over and tried to talk to me. I wasn't looking. I mean, I can't hardly even see. I said, get out of my face and just go sit over there, And this is why this guy doesn't like me, because I'm not putting up with that, And I'm not trying to be some tough guy, because I'm not. I'm a wimp, okay? It's not people that think I'm confrontational. When I have zero respect for you, it's easy to be confrontational, okay? And that's how I feel about him. And
so
again,
it's a good time for you to just tell us what. So you said that he, and I also want to ask if the police harassed any of the potential defense witnesses, the people named in the Frank's memo. But tell us a little bit about what they did to you personally.
Okay. Well, Jerry Holman tried to have me arrested and charged with a crime. How's that for starters?
How'd that come? What's that all about?
Yeah. I mean, so when the whole leak thing happened, which was just awful and, just terrible. And, as soon as I found out about it, what had happened, I, reached out to the court, and that started a chain of events. And the next day, Holman, who, had a real disdain for me, obviously, he calls me up, hey, man, I'm doing the investigation on this, and I just really want to talk and find out what's going on. Well, I know what's going on. You're going to use this as an opportunity to try to, get me kicked off. Why are you investigating this? It's a conflict of interest. You have no business investigating this leak. This is okay. Because what happened was, it happened in this very building that I'm sitting in right now in Franklin, Indiana. It is a local cop. This is what local police do. They come in, they take my statement, they find out what happened, and then that's how it works. But Jerry Holman had to get involved, and the conflict is he had a disdain for me, and he knew that, it was very obvious, and he knew that we were, attacking his investigation. And that what are there, 2,000 state police employees? Any one of them could have investigated this, but Jerry Holman wanted to investigate it.
Right.
And so he reached out to the Johnson County. I'd actually talked to the person he talked to today, just because I want to make sure I was correct in this. And, I want to talk to Lance Hamner, the elected prosecutor. Well, I've been dealing in this county for 30 years. Believe it or not, Jerry, I'm very well liked down here. And I could tell you story after story about why they respect me, how I do. And again, I don't say that. I don't want to say that in a braggy way. I'm just saying, as a human being, Brad and I both the whole way through here are like, we're not used to people not liking us, because we're nice people. We treat people with humanity and respect. How has this happened? It's been very upsetting, So I think Jerry was probably very surprised to know that, the secretary that I talked to, she immediately reached out. Who is this guy? He's, what's he doing? And he knew that there was no crime. I was, a friend of mine, we all know the story. And why am I being treated as a criminal here? Yet that's what he did. He asked the special prosecutor for charges to be filed against me, then
Wow.
I would be arrested. That's real third world country, banana republic type of stuff. I'm a person in power. I have the power of a badge. I can have you arrested, and I'm going to figure out a way to do it. Thankfully, we had people with common sense that don't just give in. Listen, I don't have every prosecutor around the state that likes me. There's a common theme among those that don't. There's about 3 counties where I'm not well liked. All 3 of them, they let the police run all over them. They don't, when the police do bad things or aren't honest or skirt the edges, these are prosecutors that will overlook it and blame the defense. And then when you have a guy like me that's not going to put up with that, then all of a sudden you're public enemy number 1 and a bad guy. And, I think that's what happened here and so how was I treated? I was treated that way. I was treated like a criminal. And the fact that guy, hey, Doug Carter, your guy tried to arrest me for charges that there were no charges. There was no crime committed. And that's the guy that you promoted to lieutenant. Okay. That guy. All right. And that's wrong. That's just wrong to do, to want to have charges filed when there's no crime committed. Can we all think about that for a second? The defense lawyer that's going up against you hard, trying to do it the right way. You want him off the case. That's just wrong. Okay. So that was treated. And, when, I've said a couple times about their internal affairs people. I wanted something done about all of this, so I knew that I wanted to believe that Carter was an honorable guy and would look into it and do something. They sent me to whoever these guys were. I don't even remember where I think they were located up north or something. They were nice people, whoever interviewed me and talked to me. But that was it. There was nothing more than that. Meanwhile, Jerry Holman's running around on whatever happened here. He's not letting local police. He came down and personally arrested Mitch at his. It's just bizarre. You don't arrest people on a misdemeanor like that and bring every law enforcement officer you can find to create this power. I'm powerful. I'm all powerful, and I have the power of my badge, and I'm going to get folks. This is scary stuff. Okay, it's super scary. And
So
I'm even nervous talking about it. Like, I don't know what they're going to do, but I prayed about this honestly. And I said, you have to have the courage to come out with what is true. And that is what is true.
All right. So and while we're in this, like, I wanted to address, because the narrative that existed from people on the other side of this, that I guess you could qualify as pro prosecution.
Sure.
The narrative became, oh, well, the defense leaked these purposefully in order to substantiate or corroborate the Franks memo. They wanted it out there. As a defense attorney, I just want you to reiterate what I've said no less than 1,000 times on my lives about defense attorneys and their position on crime scene photos of young victims.
Yeah.
Just what is your response to it? What is your response that you purposefully leaked out?
It's outrageous. I mean, and apparently Holman said this at a recent thing. Somebody said, my staff actually watched all of these dumb things that have been said and quoted them. Oh, it's my opinion. I don't want to get into it, but I think that that was an intentional leak or whatever. What did I gain? What would I have had to gain by that? Nothing. The Franks memo, by the way, spelled out exactly in words. I didn't need photos out there, and I wasn't interested in, It's just ridiculous because it could derail the whole case. And by the way, I'm a human being. Okay. And I would never, ever want that done to anybody. I mean, it is so upsetting. I mean, I've cried about it. I'm done crying about it. I was in a fetal position about it. And, and my friend Mitch, who, made this tragic error. I've also heard that, oh, he was working with the prosecution. No, all that happened. And I think this is out there is he was he had a friend of his who believed Richard Allen was guilty and Mitch thought he was innocent. And that is how that happened. It was Mitch's attempt to convince his friend that Richard Allen was innocent. And that's all that it was. And then his friend did this thing and his friend betrayed him. And I don't fault him. And because, they were friends, and it's a tragedy all the way. His life is ruined because of it. And it is his fault. I gave a statement, by the way. They treated me like a criminal. And if anything, I was a victim. I don't want to say that because I don't know that what Mitch actually did ultimately is a crime under the laws of Indiana. It was wrong. It was ridiculous. It was infuriating, and I was super upset, but yet he's a human being too. And his life is ruined in a lot of ways because of it. And I have, just for what it's worth, and I have forgiven him for that, and people can be angry at me and surmise whatever they want to surmise about it. But, I know that was just a devastating mistake on his part. And he regrets it immensely. And he lost his job. It's just so much because of it. And, I just feel awful for him. And I was angry for a long time, but to say that I knew that he did it is a lie. He signed an affidavit. He would tell you that. I mean, and to say that I knew it is a lie, to say that it was intentional, that's a lie. For Doug Carter to say that I was involved basically in the death of that young man, is despicable, defamatory. I don't know, Doug Carter, did you listen to Jerry Holman's interview of that young man that ended up dying and the lies that he told him and the way he wielded his power in an attempt to gather whatever I think was an attempt to try to The gold for Jerry he wanted so desperately that I did leak this. That's what he was hoping, or that to get somebody to say that it was intentional or whatever. And it was never going to happen because it wasn't true. And there is an audio of that interaction, Doug Carter, and you're despicably call me and tell me that it's my problem. Why don't you talk to Jerry Holman about what he did and why he lied to that guy?
Yeah,
all he had to do was go to that guy and say, hey, I'm just trying to find out you're not in any trouble because you didn't commit a crime. But we're trying to get to the bottom of how this happened and make sure that they're all found and that they're not out there. And we want to get to the bottom of this. That's the most important thing. But that's not the way he rolls. He lies to him about, I'm going to call Judge Gull. You're going to go to jail. You can be found in contempt. Can go to jail. That's the way that Jerry Holman, and he should not have been talking to him.
Right.
It's sick.
And just to go back to your comment about
unethical is here. I got a list here of things that I could go through.
Go ahead.
You asked for this. You wanted this, Jerry. No, I don't. I mean, I don't want to make it personal because, then it takes away from Richard Allen and stuff. But talked about a lot of it, but.
Well, I just want to say, when you say people, if you want to be angry that I've eventually forgiven him, it sounds like you are a God-fearing man. And, so I don't see how anyone could fault you for eventually coming to forgiveness. And
I told Mitch that I'm a Christian, and if in my religion, if Christ died for me and my sins, I can certainly forgive you for yours. And that was, it took a little bit of time, but thank you for saying that, Allison, because it's true. Anybody that knows me, I'm not perfect, and I do a lot of things, that any human being does that would be, considered wrong or a sin or whatever. But leaking photos of those two beautiful young girls would not be on the list of anything that I would ever even contemplate doing. And it is sick that anybody would assess that to me.
Yeah. And beyond that, I just want you to talk about, because, through the course of the last 2 years, I had plenty of online debates with people about, two aspects of the crime scene photo leak. But the one thing that I want you to talk about, and I tried to explain to people what a typical defense attorney's office is like, because a lot of people want to say, oh, well, okay, even if Andy didn't purposefully put them out there, he should have had these locked in some kind of private safe, or should have had the room locked. I mean, just talk about the reality of that situation, because I took so much heat for just trying to explain to people the reality. We're not a prosecutor's office where there's, somebody up front that is allowing you into a locked door and you're going back in and there's a ton of cubicles. You're talking about your office with your partners and your staff in there. Yeah. And, you don't have random people walking around in your office. And the last thing that you're ever expecting as a defense attorney with people that you trust, with people that you work with on a daily basis, is that somebody is going to go in and do that, So it's like they were giving you so much shit about it that I just want you to address kind of that aspect of it.
So the way that this building is constructed, I've been in this building since 1993. I was out of it for a few years. By the way, Jennifer, I think, talked about this yesterday. Her dad, this was his office, and he was a legendary attorney. And, he was somebody that, I looked up to, and he hired me right out of law school. And now we own the building, and it's, I'm super it gets me all choked up because I started here and then we bought the building later. And so I know every inch of this building. I know how it's built. I know where everything is. I know how all of that in the front of it. And when I was interviewed like a criminal, like a common criminal, although the guy doing it was a fairly nice guy. You know, but I laid this all out for him. Like, okay, here's how it's laid out. You walk to the front door, and there's a reception area like you would see. It's a kind of an old school house, like a Victorian house, except it's got like 10,000 square feet. And then you have to go down this really long hallway all the way to the back. And my office is in the very back corner. And right through these walls here is the conference room or the war room of where the Delphi stuff and any trial, like when I'm trying any case, I lay out everything in that room. Any lawyer in the firm would do that. It's stationed in this Franklin office. And like you said, Bob, I mean, when you're in trial, you are in war, and that is the war room. And so what ends up happening is you've got papers everywhere. You've got, you know, exhibits. You've got your poster boards with whatever, you know, you might be using at trial. All of that is there. And then it just so happens that my office is like right next door. It's like 5 feet from maybe 5-6 feet between my door and the conference room door. And then right across the hall is the bathroom. So this is my little corner of the world. And, you know, I don't expect anybody to come down here. You know, by the way, I still don't know to this day when Mitch did this. Don't know which day of the week. I don't know. You know, Mitch used to work for me. And so I would never have expected him to do what he did. But, you know, he did work here. So, you know, he would also know these things. But the common person, they would never be back here. It just wouldn't happen. And, you know, at the end of the night, you know, what are you going to like take everything? So I had some stuff in my office, but when we're putting things together,
it's in the war room.
It's in the war room. And what are you going to do? Like take it and then put it somewhere else for 6 hours until you come back to work and then take it all out. I mean, I guess that's what we ended up doing, by the way. I mean, that's what, after it all happened, we took a room, maybe an 8x10 room, and we dedicated it to the Delphi case, and we had it locked. We had things that were, I mean, I took it very seriously because it was it bothered me so much. And as it should, and I understood it. Once that happens, then, this is what you have to do. And I'm not going to complain about that. But leading up to that, I never could have imagined that would have happened. And therefore I could never have thought that I needed to do that. And I don't think it was necessary, because I think we were being super careful after that and put some other things in place that would have prevented it from happening. But, after it happened, we put everything, and then we'd take it out, and then we'd bring it back in. We had a sign-in sheet and a sign-out sheet. I mean, we did things that we never would have done but for that all happening. And I understand it.
Right. I hear you.
I do understand it.
Do you think that the suicide was directly related to this?
I don't know. And I know that was a very good friend of Mitch's, and I don't want to, and I know that he has a daughter and a wife. And I feel, I don't really want to comment on that. I pray for their peace and the sadness. And I mean, I have my theories on that, but it would be inappropriate for me to say. I mean, it happened within hours of Jerry Holman talking to him, but I don't have no idea.
Right.
What I can tell you is it's outrageous for Doug Carter to say what he said, and defamatory. By the way, I have lots of attorney friends,
Right.
But I'm not interested in suing anybody, by the way. I think with some of the things that they've said, it's defamation per se.
Right.
I'm not a civil lawyer, but I think it is.
I'm
not interested in doing that. I'm just not. I've had lawyer friends come up. What can we do to help? And nothing.
So
I don't believe that there would be damages, because I don't think anybody believes these guys, or listens to them.
Right.
Damages.
So like the treatment you got, are you aware of any potential defense witnesses or people named in the Frank's memo being harassed by state actors, police?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, I was worried about one person that had a lot of important information. I thought maybe she would be, and I would keep up with her and talk to her from time to time. But they didn't even bother. What I'm laughing is they didn't even bother to talk to anybody. They didn't
Right.
bother to talk to any of these people. Okay. They didn't care. You know, when I challenged Jerry Holman on August 10th at the end of his deposition to investigate this, and I said, you're not going to, they brought in one of the witnesses and basically kissed him on the lips and, you know, hey, we're really sorry that we're here, and didn't ask him any important questions like the way that he treated Richard on October 26th. That's what the evidence deserved and merited, that type of behavior as in terms of interrogation style, if that's even appropriate. If he did that to Richard, he should have done it to these other people, but they didn't even bother talking to them. And then because they lost the videos, we don't know what they said. And we do know that one of them changed their story 3 times about, you know, at a very minimum on the very, there was this much memorialized off of the video that's lost. There's about that much paragraph. I don't know how many words it is. It's about that much. And that's it, off of this guy that had a mocked crime scene photo in his social media and all this other stuff that the Frank's memo talks about. It's crazy.
I'm not sure if you know this, but I'm hearing that one of the third-party suspects has done multiple interviews. Okay, so you are.
I've heard it. I've never heard any of them. Again, maybe I should have. Maybe it would have been of assistance. But all those people out there that think that we're, you know, sitting down and watching and listening and participating and collaborating with all these people, we're not. We're not asking anybody to put anything out there. We were the very few people that we did talk to. Again, it was like, I got to have a relationship with this person to some degree because this person is giving me some information.
So before we move off of the Frank's memo,
Yeah, and I'm not ready to move off of it. I've got a
okay, all
question,
right.
but
I
you
just
go
I've got.
ahead.
I'm wondering, just as under the law, the definition of nexus, as far as you understand it, if you can speak.
I mean, I'll tell you what, I don't think it is. I don't think it's, we need a videotape of the suspects committing the crime. I don't think it's that. I think it's a very minimal standard to preserve somebody's Sixth Amendment right, sacred constitutional right to present a defense. It's a very low standard. The way I would say it is, in my opinion, and looking at these cases, and I do want to talk about how that all happened, by the way. So remind me about that, because I think there's a pivotal thing that happened. I think it was on April the 28th, which was, I think, a Sunday. There's something very important that happened that altered the course of this case related to that. But what do I think nexus means? I think it means this. We don't want lawyers pointing the finger at people willy-nilly that have nothing to do. There's no evidence that they have anything to do, based upon conjecture, based upon, you know, oh, I think my cousin might have done it. You know, well, what evidence do you have of that? Well, nothing, none at all, but he always looked a little shifty or something, you know? Well, okay, that's not going to do it. Faked crime scene photos, memes, all the stuff that's contained in the Frank's memo, way more than enough, in my opinion. But that's up for the Court of Appeals and so forth. It's not a very high standard because, you know, I would say that there was less evidence against Richard Allen than against the stuff that I've talked about in the Frank's memo. And so if there was not a nexus there, I would say there's not a nexus with Richard Allen. So
agreed.
Now that the April, I believe 28th is, so Nick and the prosecution team had hired an Odin expert. They knew since September the 18th, 2023, so October, November, December, January, February, March, April, 7 months earlier, they were fully aware of a third-party suspect defense. they prepared for a third-party suspect defense. They hired a Odin expert. They subpoenaed people in that made sense to defend against the third-party suspect, Odin, Angle. And then we got an email that really
Sua sponte.
altered, basically it was in my opinion, it was a bright neon sign. I called Brad right after we got it. It was around 11 in the morning. Brad, within 12 hours, unless Nick is a complete idiot, he's going to be filing a motion in limine to keep out third-party suspect evidence based upon this email that we received.
Yes, it was clear.
And that's part of the record. It's part of our motion. So I think I'm allowed to talk about what's on the record, but that was an email that Judge Gohl sent us that we talked about as one of the reasons we tried to have her removed from the case. I don't want to say anything disrespectful about Judge Gohl. Obviously we didn't all agree with each other all the time, but that happens. And at this point in time, that stuff will work itself out one way or the other. Okay. I'm not going to say anything bad about her, but that email did alter the terrain, because within 12 hours, Nick did file a motion in limine that he would never, in my opinion, now he may get up on, I think you told me, Bob, there's something called the prosecution diaries. Maybe he'll get on the prosecution diaries and say, oh, I was going to file the third party suspect stuff.
Oh, you would have expected that a lot sooner than if he was going to.
I think that was a surprise to him that could be done. And to all of them. And so imagine that happened. By the way, that trial setting at that time was May the 13th, I believe. So this is 15 days before trial. We have, we're basically, it seemed to me like that we could have the rug pulled out from under us, and get to trial and have nothing there. So at least, the judge allowed us to have the hearings in July 30th, 31st, and August 1st, so that we knew going into the trial, what we were able to do and not do. So at least that happened. And it could never have happened on the 2 weeks. I can't imagine going to trial and thinking we're going to put on all this evidence. And then, I think we would have been able to, because I don't think that was going to be challenged. It was going to be challenged in terms they think it's bunk, but it wasn't going to be challenged in terms of admissibility.
Right.
Until April the 28th. So
a lot of the questions that I'm asking are directly in order for you to have your voice heard with respect to things that were being said as this thing was progressing. Now, another thing that has come out over the past couple of years after the Franks memo dropped, that was the defense's way of being able to skirt around the gag, that you wanted to get all of this information out there to the public. And that was your vehicle.
Sure.
Frank's memo was your vehicle to skirt around the gag order that was in place.
I don't know that I would say it that way. I do say this. It was time. I don't regret that that's what happened. And by the way, let me remind you of this. They wanted their Franks and asked for it, and I gave it to them. Okay. And it would have been wrong for me to file that confidentially. It would have been against the rules. So, this is one of the things that the gag order, we talked about it with Judge Gohl in chambers, and Nick even brought it up. What about when motions, I think maybe I did. What about motions to suppress? I mean, how are we going to do that? Well, those are motions. Those are things that have to get filed. So, I don't regret at all that stuff, that the Franks memo, got out there. I think I'm a believer in transparency. And I think that
as were the drafters of our Constitution when they said that all trials shall be public.
I think that there was enough. It was enough. Years had passed. I mean, I think Carter, reading into his words, or I think it was Carter at the press conference, well, we didn't violate the gag order, and intimated that the Franks memo violated the gag order. And hey, Doug, why don't you look at the law? The law requires us, when we're defending somebody, we have to file motions and so forth. And when they ask for it, especially, we'll give it to them. And that's what we did. And we have to file it, and it cannot be confidential, because then you get a writ of mandamus and the Supreme Court says you were wrong. You can't file that confidentially. And so, that is, we did, in fact, maybe we even violated the law
Stealing some of the exhibits.
On the defense side, because I didn't want, there was things in there that were, that were sensitive, and I didn't want that necessarily out there, even though I think perhaps we did violate the access to records laws of Indiana by sealing those, and I think they're still sealed even to this day. And you can blame me for that, but I didn't want to do anything. I was trying to do the right thing as much as I was able to. But to answer the short answer to your question, Bob, is it doesn't really matter whether we were, in one sense, it doesn't really matter whether we were trying to try the case through the media, through the Franks memo. That's just the way that it had to be done. Now, but I will tell you, because I'm a very transparent guy, this is the way I talked about in depositions. I'm just like this. I would tell people that I'm deposing, I'm very transparent. I'm going to tell you why I'm asking this question. Now, much of the time I have strategy, and there's things that there's times, and any prosecutor that deals with me understands that, when strategy is needed, it's going to be needed. But for those prosecutors that I trust, I'm probably ridiculously transparent, and will tell them, hey, let me tell you exactly how I'm trying this case. Okay. Because I don't think there's anything you can do about it. And because it's an attempt to get a resolution, most of the time. But the Franks memo, I don't mind. I would have violated the law by filing it confidentially. So it doesn't really matter that the rest of the answer is, it doesn't bother me, because transparency matters. And the people of Delphi, and the people that for whatever bizarre reason are interested in this case all over the world now, that I've realized, those people needed and had a right to understand, some of the stuff that had been hidden from them. And by the way, when Carter is saying, they violated the gag order, essentially, this is the way I read it, by filing the Franks memo. Well, you know what that also tells you? They didn't want that released. That's what that tells you. They did not want transparency. They wanted this stuff to remain confidential, so and away from the public.
Which to me speaks volumes. It speaks volumes. The fact that, because what I try to explain to people is that during the course of every criminal trial, there are motions that are filed that have to be filed by the defense, by the prosecution. And in those motions, there are going to be facts and evidence that are going to be discussed in those motions. That is a requirement of our job. They have to come out. So when you have this situation where people just don't seem to understand the fact that the things that were contained in the Franks memo were not hatched by Andy Baldwin laying in his bed, cooking up an Odin theory about a bunch of marauding Vikings running around in Indiana that committed this crime. Where Andy Baldwin got that information is from the discovery that was provided to Andy Baldwin by Nick McClelland in discovery, that was based on police work by 3 cops who were all decorated, notable cops, who were all honorable, hardworking, honest cops that felt differently than Unified Command about which way that investigation should go, period. And
when Murphy came in for his deposition after the exchange with Holman in the hallway that I described earlier, I'm not even exaggerating. Brad Rozzi would back this up. It felt like after that week long, we had done depots all week long, Monday through Friday, of various law enforcement officers. And when Murphy came in, it was like the clouds parted and the sunshine came down, because That guy was a truth teller. That guy was not trying to hide anything, not trying to conceal anything. And, you know, at the end of it, I went over and I shook his hand. And I think McClellan was taken aback by it, because the table in that conference room or the jury room where we did the depositions is a gigantic table, and you're separated by like 6 feet or 8 feet. And I walked all the way around and I shook his hand and I said, "Hey, thank you for telling the truth, man. Do you mind if I have other questions? Can I call you? Can I call you?" And I think my guess is McClellan was shocked at that. Like, how is he allowed to do that? Or why is he doing that? And Murphy's like, Murph's like, yeah. Hey, here's my thing. And there, one of the things that's funny about Murph is, I had not heard from him, and we were getting ready for, I think it was one of the hearings. It must have been
the 3-dayers.
I don't know if it was before that. It might have been it doesn't matter. There was a hearing in the spring that Murphy was, maybe it was the one that was going to be in Fort Wayne, but I hadn't talked to Murph in a long time. And I didn't want to just present him, "Hey, send Brian Alvey, our investigator, up there who did terrific work. Go up there and talk and hand him the subpoena." I felt like I needed to do that personally. So I drove up to where he works in way north. I mean, he's on the northern border in Michigan, and he wasn't in because he did the night shift where he worked. And so I went and had some dinner, and then they have a little casino there, and I went over there and like puttered around, and then at midnight I drove to where he works, and he knocked on the door, or hit the doorbell or whatever. He's a cop. He's a retired state trooper with an unblemished record that is kind of doing a little moonlighting gig here at this place. And I don't know that he'd want me to give it. I don't think he would care, but I don't want to say where it is. And he's a cop. You know, he's a cop, and no longer a state trooper. He retired the day that Greg Ferenczi was shot and killed, coincidentally. And I knocked on the door, and there's Murphy, and I haven't seen him, and I don't know. I mean, at that point in time, his name had come out in the Franks memo. That's what it was. I hadn't seen him since the Franks memo came out, and I was super nervous about that because I didn't know how he'd feel, because these were his brothers. You know, these are guys that he worked with. And he looked at me, "What the hell are you doing here?" And I said, "I've got a subpoena for you, but I didn't want anybody else to serve it but me. Come on in." And for the next 2 hours, we sat down and talked, you know. And by the way, we're allowed to do that.
Right.
These are witnesses. We can talk to any witness we want.
We have a jury instruction in Illinois that says the lawyers are supposed to interview witnesses. There is nothing wrong with the lawyers talking to.
That's a terrific jury instruction. Thank you for saying that. I might want to introduce that into our legal system in Indiana. But, you know, I talked to Kevin, Murph, as I call him. He's a very honorable guy, and he went, you know, against the grain because it's the right thing to do. Click did the same. I called him, and he came into my office and talked. You know, there's some upsetting stuff about the way that was handled early on, how late it was before we learned that he had hired a lawyer. Think about this. He had hired a lawyer because he thought maybe they got the wrong guy, and maybe they're not looking at the evidence. Maybe they didn't see it. We didn't get that for 4 months. That's stuff you should get immediately. Like, you should open that up as a prosecutor and say, "Oh,
Brady material,
that's what
potential, even potential."
Well, I believe it. I believe so. And And Click, I'm a big fan of his. He wants to tell the truth, and there was a hearing where he testified, and they beat him up a little bit on some stuff, and it'd be easy for him to bow out at that time. He's like, no, this is the right thing to do, and unfortunately, because of Ferenczi's death, according to those two guys, Ferenczi was the most, he was the most really involved in trying to move this thing and figure it out. And he wasn't giving up, according to those guys. And
he's the one that suspiciously was murdered, or
yeah, he was gunned down in front of a federal building. I am a huge fan of Kevin Murphy. Murph is what we want every cop to be. And for the same reason that you felt it was required of you to walk around that table and shake his hand, because it is so rare for a cop to do what Murphy did and what Click did and what Ferenczi did, that it blows your hair back. It stuns you, because you just don't see it. And I am a massive, massive fan of all three of those guys. And, and the amount of bravery that it took in light of what they knew they could and probably did face from their brethren, just shows a tremendous amount of integrity, which they all need to be celebrated for, quite frankly. Look, man, this whole, we're always trying to get to the truth.
Yeah.
Truth is what matters.
Good cops help. Bob and Allie, you know this. I love good cops. I had a murder trial down in Brown County a while ago, and I honed in on one thing that there was something that he said in a report that wasn't true, because we dug into the audio, and it's like, that was never said. And we really made that the feature of the whole case. And it was a tough case. And that guy he got it hard during cross-exam. And you know what he said? And this is what my point here is, this is what good cops, this is how they operate. When it was over, he came over to me and he said, "Thank you. I deserved that. And that'll never happen again. I want to be a better cop." And I've had more than one cop say that to me after I've cross-examined them over the years, because I always go up to them and I'll say, not always, but most of the time, I didn't say it to Mullen or these guys in this trial, but in many trials, I will go over and, "Hey, I'm really sorry. I know that wasn't fun, but I'm just doing my job." And the ones that get it, they say, "I understand. Let's have a beer sometime and talk about it." And the ones that don't get it, they aren't as nice. That guy, and to this day, he's still a friend of mine. We are in Fantasyville, and he is a terrific cop, and because he wants to learn. And Murphy's that way. I'll say Murphy is honest. All those guys that you named, and I do want to say about Chris Cecil again. I just, the clouds parted also when Chris Cecil came in. We believed that he wanted to do, and still believe that he wants the truth to come out. And it was so refreshing, because that was he had such an important role in this. Yeah. And Jennifer and I went into the hallway when we were deposing him, and we were like, do we reveal this stuff that we know? Because we're trying to get to the truth. Like you guys say, it's like, if we tell him, then he can go do these things to find out the answers, just like our expert is doing. Or do we wait and spring it on him at trial? And I said, you know what? Let's trust him. And Jennifer said, I do want to trust him. And we did. And we went in and we said, this is what you may not know. And he said, he was saying stuff like, I was really focusing on the stuff on the 13th. I never really focused on the 14th, the 4:33 a.m. stuff. And, he never let us down. Jennifer had, a rough, pretty, an uncharacteristic cross of him, recross, I would say. And afterwards, she went and talked to him, and he understood, because he's one of those good cops. I get it. I understand it. So thank you, Chris Cecil, for doing what we want our police officers to do.
And it was so evident. So in the 3 days of hearings, which was the first time that Jennifer had a cross with Cecil on the stand, and and that was, it became evident to me immediately. You can tell immediately when there's a cop on a stand where that guy actually cares
Yes.
about the truth. And it was so evident to me about Chris Cecil. I think I made a note. I'm like, this guy, like, he's that guy. If he doesn't know something, he says, you know what, I don't know, or he doesn't pretend to answer things that he has no idea about. He's not going to go off the rails and make things up in order to try to, sustain this whatever image that he has on the stage.
Yeah.
He's just a guy who's just saying what he knows, and he's testifying to the things that he believes are true. And like, that just was so evident. And like that kind of that back and forth, and that in the 3 days of hearings, the first time that Jennifer crossed him, about like the number of messages came through. And that was just like, I was sitting back in the gallery kind of chuckling to myself as they had that back and forth. And you could just see the earnestness of Chris Cecil, so. And he did the same thing at trial, man, and it was one of those things where you're kind of like, I had a ton of respect for him too, and I think that there's things that Chris probably will admittedly, and that he's continuing to always try to educate himself, to learn more. He testifies about it. He's like, I want to know more. I want to know all of it. And that's the kind of cop you want, because that guy is going to be the guy that's going to dig and is going to find the things that other cops aren't going to find, because he cares about getting to the truth. So,
and then you juxtapose that against somebody like Mullen that gets on the stand, and it's just, it's like night and day. It is like there's clouds and there's storms, and then somebody like Cecil or Murphy or Click get on, and you're like, okay. And just like you said, Bob, you can see who those people are. And, why didn't Mullen why didn't he just say, I'm sorry, I really am. I should not have lost all that stuff.
I mean,
right? He never could answer the question straight. It always had to be, I was so angry at him after his direct examination, one of his directs.
That's what I was just going to bring up. I was going to ask you about, because this shows exactly what Steve Mullen is, and goes to what you're talking about, as far as he tried to convince the jury that the drone footage showed them.
Yeah.
It took only 9 minutes to walk from the trailhead to the bridge, and that was exposed.
Yeah. He so much was exposed. What really angered me was, so I have my chapters prepped, and anybody that knows my process, they will understand what I'm saying. I kill a lot of trees, one thought, one idea per chapter, per page. And so I have everything laid out with, if you really want to get geeked out, people probably don't want to hear about all this stuff, but
no, they do.
Yeah, they do.
That shocks me, but it's a whole process. And I'm a little bit, like, I can't have any ripped edges on my chapter sheets, as I call them. So those get thrown. And anyway, when I'm crossing people, then I see their eyes looking down. They're just praying that the yellow sheets of paper that I'm using, that I keep flipping over, is that about to end, please? And, I've pretty much covered, like, when I have all those, they'll be in a pile this high, and then I rearrange them as the direct's going on. I rearrange, and then I have other pages that are blank. And as they're testifying, I will write down new stuff that's coming straight from their testimony, and I do it in a different colored marker so that I know, so that when I come to, and then I figure out where is that going to go in the flow of the cross. And then, so when I get to the yellow, then I can say, oh, you said on direct today, you said this, because when you're up cross, you guys know this. What people don't understand is that is the most difficult thing that we do as lawyers, as trial lawyers, because there is so much going on. You have to listen. That's the primary important thing. But you can't you can't miss out on the gold that they're saying, because they'll say, especially people like Mullen, they'll say all kinds of stuff, and Holman, they'll say stuff, and you can't ignore that. You have to be listening. So you need to know your case well. And so when you get to the one that's in a different market, you can say, oh, on direct exam, you said this. And so there's all these little things that you do. And normally I have everything covered. It's like anything that I think he might lie about or any witness might lie about, I have covered. I know where the pages on the deposition. You'll know that there really isn't a whole lot of like, where was that? That does happen on occasion, and it sucks when it does, frankly. It's like, well, I know that you said this somewhere, but for some dumb reason, I didn't write it down on my page here. So now I'm going to have to go and try to, we've all been there, I'm guessing. But one thing that I did not account for with Mullen was he, on his direct examination, he basically said Richard Allen admitted to driving west on 300 North, and they were desperately needing that because then that explains the camera and all that, the car, and they needed that for their timeline desperately. And Richard Allen never said that. And, you know, there's the whole thing, by the way, this lends itself to the conversation about how did we get, people don't know this. I knew that it wasn't on Richard Allen's first interrogation from October the 13th. I knew Richard never said I drove westbound. He never said that. He said the opposite of that. And that hurt them. Yet Mullen said that. And he led the jury to believe that. And the problem was we can't get the video in of the interrogation because it's hearsay in Indiana. I don't know if that's how it is in Illinois, but it's kind of crazy, right? Everybody thought that we could introduce Richard Allen's interrogations that we were desperately wanting in, and we couldn't get it in there. And therefore, you know, I would have to jump through a bunch of hoops to try to get Mullen impeached on the lie that he told that Richard Allen said in his interrogation that he traveled westbound on 300 North. And I was furious. I was furious because I knew that was an important piece of information. And when Mullen got off the stand, there was a break between the direct and the cross. Timing is everything in trial work. Sometimes at the end of the day, you know, you have time to go do a cross. Sometimes there's a break. Sometimes there isn't. I had about a 15-minute break. But the one thing I had not accounted for, I never thought he would say that. So I need to scour, therefore, the transcript of the first interrogation of Richard Allen to look for when Richard said, no, I would go through town and not west. So I had not accounted for that. So I didn't have a chapter sheet on that. So I have to scour through that. But on my way out, I saw Mullen and I looked at him. And this, you know, again, I'm not a confrontational person, but when somebody lies like that and then somebody's life is on the line, it really bothers me. And I said to Mullen, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for what you just did. You know, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And he just looked at me, moved on, because these guys are so used to nobody challenging them, you know, and I'm not a big confrontational guy. I really am not. But when you do that in the system, it you know, it needs to be addressed. And then I did cross-examine him on it. And, you know, this, again, I think this whole thing started with, you got the honest guys that get up there and they're just like, I don't know. Or, yeah, I did do that and that was wrong or whatever. And then you get these other guys that think they're so smart, you know, and what they don't understand is typically a jury understands exactly what's going on. And I thought that was what was going on with him. And, oh, well, I guess I don't remember what his answer was, but it's such a smarmy answer, you know. Well, maybe I was wrong on that. And then that's it. And then that's it. Like, oh, maybe you were wrong on that big point. And, you know, that's all that happens, you know. And, you know, the way I cross is I will open up to the jury on those big points as kind of a cue to them. Like, that was a big point. I hope you understood that, right? And then we look, as you guys know, then you look at the jurors that you think you have connected with to, like, please, I'm sending you signals. Please go into the jury room. Because in Indiana, you can talk about the case and what happened. People don't know this while it's pending.
That blew my mind.
It
blew my mind.
Our firm has tried to eliminate that rule, because if you think about it, Bob and Allie, both of you, you know, the state has the burden of proof, so they go first. So their evidence comes out first. And so what's the jury talking about? Talking about the state's evidence first, right? You know, and I just don't think that's right. unless you're cross-examining really well and their case is falling apart right in front of them, then I want them talking about it. So.
Yeah,
Right.
no, but it's true. When I learned of that, Allison and I were both like, what? Because of exactly what you said. You know, I
And
mean,
everywhere else, it's like they're forbidden.
right.
Yeah. Nor can the alternate can participate. They can until the jury goes out, then they cannot participate. And we really liked the alternates, particularly one person. And really, I mean, you never know. You guys know this. I mean, the guy that you think is the hanging juror that's going to come out, walks out and says not guilty, or the opposite of that. The one that you think you're connected with, you go back and talk with them. They think, oh, you were a little too rough on that. You know, you just don't know really what's going on. But most of the time, once you've done it for 30 years, and how many ever trials, hundreds of trials, I think I've had somewhere moderate conservative between 125 to 150. That may not sound like a lot to some people. That's a ton of work. I mean,
It's a huge amount of trials.
And when you have had that many trials, you do hone your skills of understanding what's going on with the jury, and you get it right more and more, and wrong less and less. And it's been a while since I've been really off on something. Most of the time you get it. And to this day, I don't know what that, as we say, I mean, I absolutely respect the jury process and this particular jury, but, I would love to know what they thought, and, of the cross examines when the lies are exposed, or their exaggerations or their inaccuracies are exposed. Did that have any impact on them? What really mattered to them?
Yeah, I mean, you want to know what they hung their hat on. I mean, always. Any trial lawyer is always going to want to know. Like Allison and I were talking to Jennifer about it last night. It's like there's many things you want to talk about. Number one, you want to know, depending on which way they went, or either way, it doesn't matter. You want to know what was the thing that swung them one way or the other. You also want to hear criticisms. Like what did I do that turned you off to our case, or to me as the attorney? Did I irritate you? Was I too aggressive with the witness? Was I too long-winded? All the different things that you could be doing that may turn a juror against you, which you never want to think that, it becomes a personality contest between defense attorney and prosecutor. But in a close case where it could go either way, the fact of the matter is that does matter. Your personality can be relied on. You're trying to create that rapport with the jury so that they like you. You want them to like you, because you're going to tend to want to side with somebody that you enjoy or you like, rather than somebody that you think is a giant asshole.
It's human nature.
Yeah, 100%.
There's a few guys that can get away. The key to it, as you guys know, is you have to be as authentic and genuine. And if you're generally a jerk, but you are good with the skills and the techniques, you can't go in and fake not being a jerk. Now, I don't know that there's a lot of great trial lawyers who are jerks, but there probably have been some, but if they're being fakers, then it's not going to be any good. And, to me, as I teach the lawyers in my firm, the most important skill that you have is being you. It's being authentic. It's being not being somebody different, not pretending. And so when they watch me, they'll say, man, I'd like to be able to do that. And I'll say, you can do the chapter method and all that, but you have to do it in your own style. And if you can't, do it, then you have to be you. And that's how you connect with the jury ultimately, to the extent that matters, Bob, what you're saying. Like, if it's a close call and the lawyers matter, sometimes, if the prosecutor, I had a trial relatively recently, where the prosecutor was just at an 11 the whole way. Well, is it a trial? And then in an opening statement, and then it's like, oh my gosh, I wanted to go over to her and say, you've got some great confidence, you've got a good speaking voice, but you have got to lower, you've got to lower it and stop pacing. That's another thing that drives me crazy, is pacing. stick and only move with intentionality. These are things that we teach our trial lawyers here, because it's very disruptive to the mind to see somebody walking back and forth. And so, these are the things that I think when you have that type of lawyer out there, whether it's a defense lawyer or prosecutor, and they're at an 11 and they're lecturing in the jury instead of getting them involved. I wasn't allowed to do my typical jury selection during this trial. It was frustrating for me. Andrea Burkhart, the first time I met her, is it okay to talk about other people that are
Yes,
podcasters?
we love Andrea.
We love Andrea.
When I first met Andrea, it was in the Fort Wayne courthouse in Allen County during jury selection. And, this tall, attractive woman came over to me and said, "Hey, I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Andrea. I'm an attorney. And, I like the way you do voir dire and stuff." And I said, "Well, I appreciate that, but I'm not being allowed to do the number of things that I typically do." And I didn't really understand it and don't understand it to this day. I'm not going to say what, I just didn't understand it. I mean, I wanted to say, this is what I do all over the state. Why aren't I allowed to do it here? But that was fine. And then my wife is telling me, is like, "Oh, there's this new kind of person on the scene, and she's doing a blow by blow. Like, I watch Mada's program, and then I watch her program. And the more she described it, I'm like, I think that's the lady I met. I thought that when I met her, I thought she was a local Fort Wayne lawyer that had stopped in to watch." And I found out later, no, she's not. She's from Oregon or West Washington. And then she became a very, when we were in trial, it was very weird for us, because us lawyers, we would turn around. My brother Danny came, and I didn't realize that all my family is all ate up with this stuff, right? Because I'm just doing my thing, and then slowly I'm finding out my mom and dad are into this. My brother is into this, and so he came in on a Saturday and he sat right behind us. There was these benches. And what people probably don't know is, I don't know if you talk to them about it, but right behind the defense table was a lot of media. I mean, they're not that far away. There's a bench, there's a bar there that separates, but it's, I don't know, 6 feet away or something, maybe closer than that, are all these media people. And by media, I mean local reporters that we would see here in Indianapolis, but also these podcast people that some of them I was aware of who they are, and but most of them not.
Right.
And my brother was there on a Saturday, and he was like, "I am so nervous right now." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "I just turned around and I saw this person and that person and Bob Mata and this." And I said, "I know a couple of those, but the rest of them, I don't really know who those people are." I said, "Why are you nervous?" He's like, "Oh, these people are talking about this, and it just was bizarre to me. Like, I'm like, you really are that blown away by these people, but yet this is what internet does, I guess. It makes you feel, they feel like they know you, I guess."
Yeah. Well, and it's neat because you really do, your personality is going to always shine through. And obviously Allison and I are a husband and wife team. So, they see, and we've been together for an awful long time. So they get to see the kind of the genuine us. We'll bicker occasionally.
My wife
All the
likes the
things that
bickering.
exist. Yeah. I mean, we are who we are, and like, I'm never going to fake, who I am. And, I've got warts, and my wife is perfect. And, I mean, it is what it is. So, all right. I want to talk about the confession.
I feel like I'm on the Joe Rogan podcast. Are we into hour 7? I mean,
Yeah, it's feeling like it. It's feeling like, see, but it flies by. It flies by. So
if people are getting bored, by the way, please let us know so that I don't.
No one is getting bored.
My welcome. Yeah,
we
right.
got
over 3,000 people.
3,000 people are watching us. So, as far as the confessions go, all right. And that's Brad's purview in terms of who dealt with it from the lawyer side of it. But the one thing, and I've asked everybody, and I asked Jennifer, I'm going to ask you, because this is another one of the narratives that have been out there. And I wanted to take the opportunity with all three of you guys to address the things that were being said that I wanted to come straight out of your mouth. So one of the narratives is that Rick Allen desperately wanted to confess, and he wanted to plead out, and that it's the defense attorneys. You wouldn't let him do it. That Rick Allen wanted to come into court and confess and apologize to the families, but it was you, Andy, and Brad and Jennifer that stopped him from doing that. Why did you do that, Andy?
Yeah, that's a total lie, of course. I think that came from, if I'm not mistaken, that may have come from Walla's notes that Rick, she claims, said that. After the hearing on August the 1st, it was a long day. I remember it was 9 o'clock at night, I think, or 8:30. And they wanted, that was me being made a big deal by the prosecution. And the judge wanted to know if that was true because she read it in one of these reports. And I was just like, we went back and talked to Rick, and I'm like, Rick, they're saying that you said this. And he's like, I never said that. I don't remember ever saying that. I said, well, did you, I don't know if I'm allowed. Did you ever want to plea? No, I didn't. No. Well, that secret hearing, I was in a trial when there was a hearing that was closed, and it should have been, well, I don't know if legally it could have been or whatever, but that was what that was about. The record will show that. Judge asking, the judge did a great job. She just said, do you want to plead guilty? He said, no. And that never, ever happened. Yet it was leaked. That was leaked. That is one of the things I found out that, about that. I guess it was in Walla's, I think it was in a Walla note, wherever it was, from a DOC thing.
I think it was Walla's notes as well, which calls into question all of Walla's notes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, that she destroyed and all. It's out. It's just crazy. But
all right, listen,
this is important. I just want to say that was leaked. That was leaked.
Well,
somebody knew that before I knew it, that Richard Allen, that Walla claims that Richard Allen said that. And that had to be law enforcement, or it had to be Walla or somebody from the DOC. I'm sure you're going to get on that, Jerry and Doug, and figure out who leaked that. Okay. I'm sure that's going to happen. Right.
And threaten to arrest them and try to get them arrested and request charges.
And I want to stay on this subject.
True. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so I just want to restate that. So the hearing that you're talking about was the one and only hearing that I did not go to, which I think I was out of town. I thought it was going to be a nothing burger hearing. And it would have required me to fly from New Orleans again. So she had Allie and I were down there for Jazz Fest. And I told Allie, it's like, I don't think I'm going to go to this one. And so that is the one where she shut it down. Right. So I just want to clarify. So you're telling me, because I did not know this, I don't think any of us knew this, that hearing was Judge Gull asking Richard Allen point blank, sir, do you want to plead guilty to this?
I wasn't there. I was actually in a triple murder trial that week. So I wasn't there for that. But so I don't want to be inaccurate, but I believe that it was a very quick hearing. And that was the point of it, was just to make sure, because of what was contained in Walla. When we were up at the desk talking to Gull, and this should all be on the record, and she was asking about it, I got kind of angry, because I'm like, I felt like it was kind of a presumption that we had done that and had prevented him from pleading guilty. And, it started with the wrong presumption that it was even ever said, potentially. Now, I don't know if Rick ever said that to Walla. I know that he never said that to me and Brad. But I don't know if Walla just made that up out of, whole cloth, or, cajoled him into, hey, Rick, do you want to plead guilty, but your attorneys won't let you? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what was going on. but I was irritated on August the 1st when I felt like we were being accused of that. And because that obviously that's just wrong. I mean, if your client, it does get a little bit weird if the client is wanting to plead guilty and they've got mental health issues, but he never, even with the mental health things going on, he never said that to us. And so they wanted to have a hearing on it, and that's the hearing that I couldn't attend. And my understanding is Judge Gall, it was very nicely handled. Judge Gall just wanted to know. I kind of understand that. You know, I think I would like to think that she could just trust us that never happened, but that's fine. Rick went in and apparently, said what the truth was, which I don't want to plead guilty. And I never said that I wanted to plead guilty.
Well, in light of the narrative that was running rampant out here, I'm thrilled that she did it. Normally I would be upset.
Yeah. Cause
But
you shouldn't be.
now that it's on the record that Judge Gull specifically point blank asked him
Yes.
and what his answer was, I'm thrilled that happened.
You'll have to talk to Brad about it because he was
will.
there with Jen.
I will.
I don't know that I appreciate why the judge wanted to have it closed, because it was a complicated matter in that it's kind of attorney-client privilege stuff, perhaps, if that actually did happen.
Right.
But it never did happen. So I appreciate the way the judge handled that. We may have had our struggles at times, but I try to honor things that are done right and well and for the right reasons and so forth. And that was one of those times where I think that's what happened. And I appreciated that too.
And this kind of goes right into that. Is it true that some podcasters actually reached out, contacted Richard Allen in prison and lied to him, hoping to trick him into confessing or saying something to?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but there were podcasters that apparently knew about this allegation from Dr. Walla's notes that I didn't know about at the time. I read, we can read, we lawyers would get, it was really just all the time. It was never ending. Once the DOC stuff came into play, the DOC, correctly started giving us everything, every video, every time anybody reached out to Richard, because, that could happen. I mean, when you're in prison, you can connect with people and let them, I don't know exactly how it works or whatever. I don't know if you have to give them approval of reaching out to you, but we did get emails that Richard would get. And I'm here at this very desk, and we got a drop of all these things that we would get from time to time. And I don't remember what month it was, but I looked at it and I knew that this was from a podcaster, and I wouldn't say that they lied or tried to trick him. I think it was just a straight up, question about, do you want to plead guilty and your lawyers won't let you, something along those lines.
But they were leaked information, then used that.
I didn't know about it at that time. I didn't know about it. And I was like, what is that? That's just weird. I had too many other things to worry about. And I wasn't, I was bothered that people were reaching out to him and asking such things, but I didn't really think anything about it because I knew that I just thought that's a weird thing. Well, then I feel like it was a couple weeks later, we got, I think I was on the phone with Brad, and Brad said something like, hey, did you know that in Walla's notes, she claims that Rick said that he wants to plead guilty, but we won't let him. I'm like, what? That's crazy or whatever. That's, and then I was like, oh, wait, okay. A couple weeks ago, I saw an email from somebody. How did they know about that? And by the way, let me say this. I don't fault the podcaster. You might not agree with this. I don't know. Their jobs, part of their jobs, I'm not talking about these particular people, but I'm talking you guys, prosecution diaries or whatever, all these different people that have, if part of their job is to have sources, these people had sources. And they're doing what they should be doing, I suppose. My bother was that, if I don't know, I don't listen to the podcast that we're talking about, but if I did, I don't know whether they treated me fairly that way too. Like if they got that leak
They
from,
treated no one fairly. We
If
don't
they-
even mention their names on our podcast.
well, if they got that leak from a law enforcement source, and I don't know whether they did, or from Dr. Waller, they got it from somebody. They got it from
Stateside.
somebody. And if they are running things about me that claiming that I'm leaking stuff, and then there's people leaking to them, that's where I have a problem. I don't have any issue with anybody having sources. That's their job. It's wrong if I get blamed for inaccurately blamed for leaking stuff when it didn't happen, and there's actual leaks that are known, and that's not. I don't expect them to go out and say, we got this information from a leak source. And maybe they got it from a legitimate source. I don't know. But it was just certainly weird that they knew about this and asked Richard. Well, by the way, it could have just been a random question that they asked too, I suppose. I mean, I'm trying to be as generous as I can here. Okay. I mean,
we had also heard that the podcasters contacted him when I was talking about lied to him and tricked him and said that his wife was trying to divorce him.
Oh, yeah. I don't know again if that was being done in I think that was I'm trying to be generous here. I really am, guys. I mean, I think it was more of a we've heard this through whatever source. Is it true? So that trying to use their methods and abilities to I try to be objective. I really do, guys. I really do. I mean, I understand where people could be upset at any podcaster for doing that, but Richard did it. If he accepted it and he's willing to answer it, there's nothing that I can do about that. And that's what people that are trying to find, if they're curious, I'm a big curiosity guy. And if you're curious and you're trying to find out information, that's what I wanted out of law enforcement. That's what I wanted out of a lot of people. So trying to be objective here, I can't really find fault in people trying to gain information as long as it's being fairly handled in terms of the way that they present all the facts from both sides.
But if they're getting information directly from the state, like knowing what's in Walla's notes before the defense does,
I don't know if that's,
and then
go ahead.
using that information to try and get Richard Allen to say something, and then using something with no factual support that his wife's trying to divorce him in hopes that he's saying something. What about his
Well, that wasn't true. I mean, Kathy, that was never a consideration. She's still 100% supports him. And again, I'm just not going. I just, if people are curious and they're trying to find out information, I just can't blame. I am who I am. I can't blame people for doing that.
I'm blaming them.
And Andy froze.
Good. He was trying to not blame them.
Why did Andy freeze?
Let's give him a sec. Maybe he'll come back. If he can hear us, he can refresh his screen at the top where it says StreamYard, where we had that little star before. Click on there and press enter. And it might bring him right on back.
Let me see.
Well, guys, I don't know, but I find it completely offensive that two podcasters would contact Richard Allen in any way, shape, or form with complete nonsense. And I speak directly about this. His wife wanted to divorce him thing, which was made up out of whole cloth. I mean, if you're not gonna fact check before you try to reach out to a man in prison, and I don't know. And if they're also using information leaked by the state, I mean, I didn't know that. I was talking about the lie about Richard Allen's wife divorcing him, contacting him with information they got from the state before the defense even knew it. The audacity. There he is.
You froze.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody that had to look at my face.
Brad said that you probably need to shovel some coal in the back of that 20-year-old desktop of yours. Talking about your computer.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, just to finish that conversation, I don't have any fault. I try to be consistent in my life. And I've never faulted anybody for going out and getting sources. I prefer that journalists go get sources and try to find out the truth, as long as it's being done fairly. And I don't know what happened with any of that. I can't pretend to know. It does seem odd that somebody knew something that I didn't know. And I don't know how they knew it. I mean, I don't even know if we had received that stuff yet. I didn't, because Brad got, I hadn't got that stuff yet. So
well, we, the public, didn't know it. That's for sure.
So yeah,
I can guarantee you, if you knew some of the coverage, you wouldn't think it was fair. But maybe,
I don't,
maybe they're going to change their opinion, and they're going to make everything right now and apologize to the world.
I think, listen, that's fine. I don't mind, even tough interviews, as long as it's fair. I've always said that. I don't really, but when it's unfair and there's things that aren't accurate, but I don't listen to podcasts, so I don't really know. I know what my friends have said, and I know what.
Come on, you've got to know, because all of us shill defense attorneys have been telling you guys all of this stuff.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I've heard bits and pieces from different things, that one and others, and I try not to be angry about stuff. I mean, it's, as long as it's fair, that's what I care about. And, I wish everybody well. I want, I wish everybody well. I had a sentencing today where I wanted, there was a victim, and after it was over, I went over to her and I said, I wish you well. I want, I want good things for you. I wish you well. And that's kind of my attitude about it. I mean, but be fair, be honorable, and, there's going to be people, well, you're not honorable or whatever. And you don't know me. And that's fine if you believe that. I'm a big boy. I had death threats. One of the guys that threatened me multiple times, by the way, Jerry and Doug, I'm sure that you investigated those death threats on me that were actual intimidation. It's a crime, okay, against me. And I'm sure that you were really, moving in on that, especially since I saw the guy at the courthouse in the courtroom. Okay. And, and that's fine. I don't care. You can threaten me and all that. But don't pretend, Doug and Jerry, like you're really all for your equal justice for everybody. No, you weren't for the defense. You definitely weren't for me. Otherwise, if I was threatened with death, for being a defense lawyer, that's a crime in Indiana. Okay. It is. And
it should have been investigated.
And I'm sure that's, the leaks, those should have been investigated, and they weren't. It's just be fair. What
can you tell us about other things that have leaked? I know that I thought there was some mention at trial or something about like a picture of the crime scene at night or something that wasn't in discovery, but was circling in the community or something like that.
I don't know. I mean, I had heard that the way that Holman and those guys, there was a theory out there, according to my friends, that they thought, oh, there's other leaks out there, and they're trying to put a narrative out there right now that talking about the leaks from the defense, so that when these new leaks come out of whatever, that they can blame the defense. And that's why they're doing making these weird statements at press conferences and whatever. And I don't know anything about what you're talking about. Okay. I mean, I don't want to seem like an oblivious dolt, but I'm an oblivious dolt. I don't know about this stuff. I just don't. I'm not. There's people that, and by the way, I appreciate all of the love from all of the people. I do, from all of the podcasters that are out there. But don't be offended that I don't listen to you, because I don't.
It was one of the first things you told me. You're like, Bob, I just like, I just want to let you know. Got to be honest with you. I've never listened to, I've never watched or listened to any of your content. It's like, well, my wife, she loves you. They're big fans. So yeah, I was trying to tell people, like, and it's the same story with Brad. You guys really are both Luddites when it comes to kind of the modern world and social media, which, to be honest with you, in retrospect, that was a blessing. Like if you would have gotten sucked into kind of reading what was going on out in the world at large, man, it wouldn't have been helpful. You know what I'm saying? It just, it wouldn't have worked in your favor. it would have set you off in rabbit holes that you just didn't have time to enter.
Yeah,
So
but then I worry, Bob, that there was things that we missed, and that was just why I wish we would have had a more clear-cut understanding of the gag order, because part of my trepidation about talking, reaching out, that whole motion to for me to be found in contempt was, I felt very despicable. I had to spend time going through things. It looked like Nick McClelland leaked to some guy, named Gary Baudet or whatever. And there was evidence of it. I don't know whether it was real. It seemed to be real. And guess what? I don't care. I don't care that Nick talked to this guy. All right. If he did, I don't care. But when you're going to accuse me of it and then grandstand about it, then we have to talk about it. And I didn't enjoy doing that. And there was definitive proof of it, of one leak, and that is, and I don't remember exactly. It was when the seal, it was at the very beginning. While it was still sealed, while the PCA, the probable cause affidavit, was still sealed, one guy who I named in the podcast, the hearing, the motion for contempt hearing, he talked about things that were in the sealed document. I think it was about the bullet that was found, and we had it, and it was a few days before it was unsealed. And he claims that he got it from, different sources that he named. I don't really want to talk about it, but that was never investigated. I did ask the state police to investigate that, and it never was done because they don't care. They only cared about the leaks that they say came from our office. And I don't know that, there's all kinds of possibilities out there of what happened. Like, was it all a setup to get us off the case? I heard that I have to believe that that's some possibility, probably not likely, but I think after August 10th, when Jerry Holman got, an earful from the defense, particularly me, right before Murphy walked in for his depo, I think at that point in time, we haven't even talked about like Jeffrey Turco. I mean, that's a whole nother thing. There was some real shenanigans going on there. And
Tell us a little bit about it, because I don't even know I don't know his name. I know Bob does probably, but I don't.
Turco was their
Purdue professor.
Ah, okay.
And they tried to, it looks like the evidence, and if you read the Frank's memo, we have dates and letters and emails and everything that support what I'm about to say. It looked like they were trying to hide the guy from us.
Right. Yeah.
And Turco definitively did not say what Holman said. And I think others, law enforcement, deposed that week of August 10th, and I think August 6th through the 10th, that, the Purdue professor kind of put the kibosh on that. Okay, well, who's the Purdue professor? We don't know. I mean, it was just ridiculous. I mean, it's like amateur hour. Like, how do you not know who the guy is that totally thwarted an angle, and
that you just abandoned even investigating
because of him, and you don't know who it is? And then, we found out later through all this stuff, the day after the Frank's memo drops, then all of a sudden they found him. They couldn't find him before. We were getting, hey, we don't know who he is. We don't know where he is. Well, then we find out that they did know who he was in August, but we got an email in September 6th, I think, that they had known about him for several weeks. And that was in the Frank's memo. And nobody seems to care about that, by the way, that, it looked like they were trying to hide from us. I've never heard an explanation. Nobody's ever explained that to me, why it is that this peculiar email happened to tell us we don't know who he is, when later on it was found out that they did know who he is, which is preposterous that they never knew who he was.
Well, and you'll probably be more even-handed than I'm being in my head, because I see that is your personality right now. But I'm screaming. I'm like, okay, well, now the judge is going to yell at the state.
Yeah.
how did this happen? And why did this happen? And why are they looking at attorney-client text messages? And, you guys had put in motions evidence of leaks coming from the state side. And I don't know, maybe did she chastise them in chambers?
No.
Did they get any?
No, that never happened. I mean, again, I don't want to talk badly about the judge or anything. I'm just not going to do that. Obviously, there was a lot of disagreements, and all I really want to do is be treated fairly. And I'm not commenting on Judge Gull and how she treated us at all. That's for appellate courts and all that kind of thing. I'm talking about anybody in life. Can we just be fair to people, and reasonable, and talk and reason out? I mean, I love all my prosecutor friends who, by the way, all across the state of Indiana have emailed, texted me, called me. I'm talking about elected prosecutors, big time trial prosecutors who, hey, this is a bunch of crap. What's going on? Judges, same, all over the state. Okay. It is bizarre to me, but this case, now when I walk into a courtroom,
Everybody knows who you
yeah,
are.
I don't like that. I don't want to be the guy. Oh, that's the guy. And it's really awkward because, I'm passionate about the case. I'm passionate about it, but if I don't talk about it with people, then they might get upset. And if I do talk about it, oh, listen to him, he thinks he's all high and mighty or whatever. And all I could say is I have to be me. I try to be funny about stuff. I try to be self-deprecating about stuff. And, I call myself, grossly negligent, pretty good for a grossly negligent lawyer. It might be something I would say to people.
Get that on a t-shirt.
And, but it is weird that even in the legal community, they have really, and I'm not going to hear probably from the people that, don't agree or are anti-defense or side with the prosecution. I'm probably not going to hear from them. So, but I can tell you overwhelmingly the people I've had, judges that I don't even know have, and I don't even remember their names, but I had one guy, I was at Eaton restaurant with my family in downtown Indianapolis. And the guy comes over and says, I know who you are. And I just want to say, thank you. And he said very nice things. And, that's the type of support that, and the type of love that I got, and I know that, again, all the people that are watching, I see these little things pop up. I didn't know that was a part of what I'm like, that kind of confused by what all that is. But I appreciate all those sentiments, guys. I really do, because it matters. It matters a lot when you're questioning yourself. It matters a lot when you're questioning yourself as a lawyer, when you're questioning yourself in the manner in which you're conducting yourself. I mean, here I am going off on Holman and Carter, and maybe I'm going to regret that tomorrow. I don't know, but I'm angry about it. I don't like that. If those guys honestly apologized, everything that I've said is related and linked to evidence, emails, things. They're just saying stuff. He's unethical. Okay. File something, be specific. Reporters out there, find out what exactly it is that he's claiming, do some reporting. Okay. I have nothing to hide. I'm very transparent. If I did something wrong, that's fine. I will deal with it, but I don't think that I've done anything wrong.
I'm going to try to streamline the last couple questions I have while you're thinking, Bob. But I know you handled all of the witnesses who observed someone on the bridge the day that this happened.
I didn't handle all of them, but most of them, yes.
A lot of them. And I know none of them identified Richard Allen. The
Yes.
state did not ask them, can you identify this person?
Yes.
But did they even testify? And I just don't recall, and obviously I wasn't there for all of it, but did they even testify that the person they saw on the bridge is the same person in the video who we refer to as Bridge Guy?
Not that I I don't remember that
I
happening
didn't
in a
think so
trial. It
either.
didn't happen in deposition. You know, it's one of those calls that you make, like it would have been a real, you know, well, I guess theatrical or whatever, to say, is this the guy or whatever? But, you know, trial tactics 101, don't ask the question you don't know the answer to. Bree Wilbur stayed the night with Kelsey German and Libby the night on the 12th going into the 13th. And understandably, it would be, as friends, I would not fault her for saying, yes, that's the guy. And then that jury could go say, well, that's all I needed to hear. So it was too dangerous to do that.
Right, but the state not doing it,
The
how
state-
unusual is that?
Yeah. I mean, you know, we kept waiting for that to happen. But hey, I'll give them credit. They could have nudged them into saying that. Those are things that some prosecutors might have done, you know,
Right.
off record. Again, I try to be fair. I try to be even-handed. I give credit to those guys. It would have been easy for them to say to Bree Wilbur, you should, now, if we ask you, if that's him, you know, you think that it's him, don't you? And you can just go ahead and say that. And they didn't do that, you know. And
So do you, as you sit here, do you believe they didn't even ask them? That they never asked the words?
certainly, you mean, you know,
Outside
privately,
of court? Yes, privately.
I think it's a real possibility.
That they did or they did not?
If they did not, either scenario could have happened.
Because I think, you know, if in my mind, somebody asked some way, somehow, and that never made it into a report. But
It's possible. It's just too dangerous to ask.
right, that's true. Did any jurors ask?
No, and that was
Oh
a
my
really inquisitive
gosh.
group, and they never asked. What a great, you know, what a great question it would have been. But they never did. That was one of the, you know, they asked a lot of really good questions, and that wasn't one of them.
And it's like, to me, it's like that. What is it not dawning on them that this person's not saying they saw Richard Allen? Like, I was shocked that none of them asked. Did the jurors ask questions that the judge said, no, I'm not asking? Because I was surprised to hear that. I don't know if it was you or one of your fellow defense attorneys asked a question and the state did. I don't remember, but it was overruled. It was not allowed to be asked.
Mhm.
And then the juror asked the very same question and the judge asked it. Do all questions get asked?
No, not all the questions were asked. I felt like the judge was fair for the most part on that. I don't remember any like irritation. I mean, judges make calls on, you know, the questions is a weird thing. You know, it's not it's been around Indiana maybe for, I don't know, 10 years or more, but it not really used. A lot of judges forget to do it or forgot to, and they finish the trial. I'm like, oh, I forgot to ask questions of the jury. We like it because it gives us a clue into what they might be thinking. And sometimes you don't want to see that clue. You're like, ooh, that's not good. A lot of times it's interpretive of they think the prosecution thinks that's a good question for them. We think it's a good question for us. But when you go back to that little area where there was white noise and the judge, you know, those were nice conversations. They weren't, you know, it was like, this is a good question. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know that we ever objected to any questions being asked. We probably did. Like there might be something that's just inadmissible. Like if they did, you know, I could make up something like, did somebody take a polygraph or something? And yeah,
Right.
we can't ask that. But I think most of the questions were allowed to be asked. And there were some that weren't. And I don't know, you know, sometimes there's an agreement between the prosecution and the defense. Like, yeah, that's a little confusing. I don't know if they're going to really understand that. We won't agree to that. And everybody was in an agreement. I don't know that it was pretty rare. In fact, I don't even know if it happened. It probably did, but I just don't remember where one party said, I think it's admissible. And the other party said no. And then the judge made a decision one or the other. I think it was pretty uniform the whole way through. I don't remember what you just asked, Allie. I don't remember.
And I wish I could remember specifically, but
Yeah,
I know
I
that
don't
it
remember that.
happened. I just can't remember the question. Were there motions and substantive arguments that took place in chambers or before or after the public left the courtroom? If you can remember, if you can't.
Oh, I remember one Saturday morning, November the 9th, or Saturday afternoon. That'll be. I don't really feel comfortable talking about that. I'm very irritated about it though, and people understand why eventually. It has to do with one of the things that Holman claims is that he thinks we were talking to and leaking information to podcasters during the trial, and that Saturday afternoon situation has to do with that, which was a total lie, and I'm very bitter about it, and I don't really want to talk about it right now. I'm doing something about it, though. I'm doing something about it, but
Okay. I'll be on high alert
yeah,
for that. There was one time.
about being fair.
I
Just
hear you.
be fair.
You're way fairer than I am.
Yeah.
But and we're like running out of time. But one of the big things I wanted to talk about was the state's assertion that this information about the van was information that only the killer could
Yeah.
have known. And I do know that you did try to get in some information in, I think might have been Mullen was one of them, on the redirect of him.
I don't remember.
About the fact that the van had been out in the public since,
I
for
had
some time. For example, and I pulled one of the strongest examples up before us today. There was one that said the private drive under the south end of the Monon Bridge turns into North 625 West. There was a white van stopped close to the CC transfer station on North 625 West, less than 2 miles from the bridge. And then some camera had captured it on a traffic camera, but I couldn't access that. And there was one other also.
What date was that?
That was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
As of whatever day of trial, this whole he
Yeah.
said a van thing came out.
Yeah.
And then there was one more, and I guess I didn't take a photo of it, that it also mentioned specifically, what about that van that was seen on 625? Did they ever figure out, who that was? But my question is, there was a day, and I don't have it right in front of me, where the judge said that the defense tendered a petition or a motion or something in writing, and I'm not letting that in. And it went into the record, so you can still talk about it. Was that related to that information, or do you even remember what that was?
I don't know what you're talking about there, Allie, but I will tell you that Brian Harshman got up on the stand, and this is either, I'll just, trying to be even-handed here, I'll account it as sloppiness. He got up on the stand, and I believe he's a very cop guy, he's a very cop looking guy with his very, and I'm a very serious guy, and I'm a very important guy. And this is a guy who watched a human being, deteriorate right in front of his eyes. And all he cared about, instead of trying to get this guy help, he wanted to, get additional stuff that helps out. And it's not very palatable to me. But also what is not palatable is when he got up on the stand and I believe said something along the lines of, nobody would know about a van out in the public, period. And there's the only person that would know, like you said earlier, is Richard Allen, when all he had to do was a basic Google search and these 22, 23 things would pop up, and there's probably a heck of a lot more. And so then all it would take is Walla, who's, infatuated with this case, to go to Richard Allen and say, knowing that there's a white van in the vicinity, hey, Richard, did you see a white van? Is that what happened? If she's even telling the truth about in her notes at all, she might be totally lying about that and trying to involve herself. But even if Richard did say something, we don't know what that interaction was because she got rid of her notes. There's no tape recording mysteriously. And by the way, and so when Harshman got up and said that, it's just a lie. It's either a lie or it's sloppiness. It's the same thing that Mullen tried to do with the car with the number of Ford Focuses in the area. It's either being sloppy or they know the answer and they're not being truthful about it. And we got 2 girls that were murdered, and we got a guy that we say is innocent. Can you just be honest and just tell the truth about it? And Harshman, what he should have said is, and this is poor. I don't know who cross-examined him. But it should have been asked. So did you do a Google search? Let's do a Google search right now and see if there's anything about a white van. And there was 25 things that were quickly found between 2017 and 2022 when Richard was arrested that Walla could have seen and gone to Richard and said, hey, I think there's a van there. Is that what happened? Is that what you saw? And then turns that into something. And all of a sudden he's convicted over that. And all because Harshman gets up there looking like, this cop that's very serious minded. And he's saying, well, no, the public would never know anything. Wrong. It's not true, Brian Harshman. Look, Google it. Okay. Are you going to come out and apologize for that, Brian? Are you going to come out and admit that you were wrong, Brian Harshman? No, you're not going to do that. Doug Carter, are you going to come out and listen to this? I'm sure you got your minions listening to this, Jerry Holman. Are you going to come out and say, Brian Harshman was wrong on that? That's wrong. I feel badly about it. No, of course not. I hope I'm wrong, by the way. Let me be even-handed. Try to be. Maybe they want to be honest. And
when you were describing your note taking and your colored pencils and how you shuffle them, it leads to like what Bob calls like he's in awe of Andy Baldwin moment when you dropped the bomb on Brad Weber. Go ahead, Bob, ask him, talk about that, about how he knew he wasn't supposed to know.
That's hard to remember. I think that what's funny to me first about Weber is the first time he got up is, okay, so here's what was going on behind the scenes. I'm going to send some respect to the prosecution. I didn't agree with many of the things that they've done, and all that, but they agreed to let us know, generally speaking, who was testifying and when, and that was a huge help. And we did the same. I mean, they got something out of it, but nobody had to do that. And I thought that was a beneficial thing because it helped create a better environment where we're not freaking out, and trying to locate. We knew, generally speaking, who was coming on every day. All right. Well, that doesn't always work itself out because witnesses take shorter periods of time or longer periods of time. And on the first time that Weber testified, I learned about it. I thought it wasn't going to be that day. And I don't blame Nick at all for that, because I think it was just one of those weird days where somebody didn't show up and all that kind of thing. So I was like, oh crap. I kind of panicked, and I knew that I may want to bring him back because I don't know that I had brought his cross chapters with me. I could do it on the fly, but I may want him to come back. So I turned to Sarah, who's Brad Rozzi's terrific, amazing paralegal. We could not have done this without her or my paralegal, Sarah, either. I want to say that these are people that just Matt Hoffman. There's so many people under the radar screen. I don't even want to, that really helped out. But I turned to Sarah, and she's the sweetest lady. And I said, hey, I need a subpoena for Brad Weber, because if he gets off the stand, we may never get him back on, and I may not get out of him what I need. And when we get to our case in chief, I may want to put him back on. And she said, I don't have any blank ones. And I said, oh, okay, I'll go downstairs. Normally clerk's offices in small counties, they have blank subpoena forms. Right. Well, of course, in Carroll County, the courthouse closes at noon, of course. And this was a Wednesday where they closed at noon. So I went down there. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Well, they had a witness on, and I don't remember who it was. And it was their witness. And I wasn't crossing that particular witness. And I'm just like bugging out. Like if anybody knew what was going on, I'm just like, and I was texting Sarah, who was like 5 feet away from me, because I had asked Sarah. She said, I can get a subpoena from Logansport here. That's the missing piece of the story. I said, okay, good. Well, he's not going to be on for maybe an hour, and it's about a 25-minute drive. Well, then that witness, I could see they were winding down on that witness, and I'm like, okay, crap. And so I'm like, she said, I'm texting, are they here yet? Yeah, they just pulled in. So thankfully, by the time Weber got on, Sarah had gone outside, got the subpoena. And so, but I wasn't 100% sure of it because I was doing my thing with Weber. And that's when he got real angry. And I don't remember everything about it. But what was funny was at the end, they weren't letting me. I thought that I did a good impeachment, but I thought
it was textbook from what I heard.
I thought it was, but I thought the point was made, but it wasn't. I wasn't allowed to properly impeach or whatever because of the whatever they would. The McClellan did not agree to have FBI agent Poole come in by Zoom, which I just why not
Killed me.
Not? Come on, just if all he had to do was agree to it and it would have happened. And maybe there's strategy there, and I try to be
There's definitely strategy there, Andy.
I try to be even-handed about it, but if you're going to say we're after the truth, then let's be after the truth is the other way to look at it. So they have different the prosecution have different things that they have to be worried about justice-wise. We have different roles in the system, and I would have hoped that he would have done that, and then I would have hoped that was good cause, is that a guy is going to die on an airplane. Okay. That, that he can't make it. And that's why we have to have a Zoom hearing, but I digress. I mean, I thought that I had properly impeached him, or at least but it wasn't allowed. And I was trying to get this document in.
Bob and Andrea both told me it was like perfect.
It's textbook. It was textbook. It was like, trying to understand Judge Gull's understanding of how to impeach somebody was impossible for me. I couldn't.
I appreciate that. I mean, I felt that it was, and I wanted to get this document in. I thought it was important because it had to do everybody with whether he went directly from work in his van home, or whether he went around some ATM and worked on his ATM machines, which would have thrown off their entire theory of why of this white van business. So
it was huge.
It was super important. And I was, Weber really went off on me, and I was just like, okay, no big deal. I went over and grabbed the subpoena from Sarah and walked over. I said, well, here, this is for Monday. We'll see you on Monday. And I didn't think that much of it, right? I didn't think it was that big of a deal. And the next morning, I mean, we usually would get up super early, 4 or 5 in the morning, and I'd go over to Brad's. We were in an Airbnb about a block away from Brad's office. He really set us up nice. Brad Rozzi knows how to operate. Let me tell you, the guy's first class all the way. I really, really can't tell you how much I love that guy. And so I'd go over there in the morning, and Sarah said, "Oh my gosh, Andy, everybody's talking." Again, I'm not on these things. I don't pay any attention to any of this. Everybody's talking about that mic drop moment when you handed him the subpoena. I said, "What?" They're talking about that? Well, that's ridiculous. Well, then we went up to, then we went to the hearing in the morning, and the media would gather around early in the morning. They try to ask you questions and stuff. And I'm a nice guy. I try to get to know them. By the way, I'm not Jerry Holman. I'm not talking to them about the case or anything. I'm saying, hey, how many kids do you have? Where do you work? What do you do? Hey, you're from England? Some lady was there from the Daily Mail, England. I didn't know that. Very nice lady. And so I'm talking to Barbara McDonald is there, and one of the people that I actually know their name, and she's a very nice lady. And she heard somebody say something about that. I think it was the English lady. The English lady was like, "Is it normal to hand a subpoena?" That's terrible. My daughter does a really great British accent.
I thought it was pretty good, actually.
Is it normal to do that? And I said, it's not abnormal. I mean, I'm just handing a piece of paper over. I thought that was a very bold move, something like that. I'm like, I just handed the guy a piece of paper. And then Barbara McDonald's like, yeah, if this was televised, that would have been like the great way to end the day, because that's basically how the day ended. I said, oh, okay. You're viewing it from that perspective. I get that. But Barbara, it was just a piece of paper that I handed the guy. Okay. It really wasn't that big of a deal. But she's like, I know, but you're a lawyer. That's what she said. And you know that that's not a big deal, but nobody else knows that it's not a big deal. So there's that story related to Brad Weber. And it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, I just wanted him to come back on Monday. And when he did, by the way,
that's what I was talking about.
yeah, I know
When he
you're talking
came back.
about that. I think
Okay.
that properly, I'm guessing Nick or Stacy or maybe Jim had a little conversation,
Did a little coaching, a little
That's-
witness coaching.
which is appropriate, by the way. And I'm not saying that that's
Right.
inappropriate.
Yeah.
You know, Brad, calm your rear end down. Okay. You cannot be in there battling like that. It's not good. And so he was much, much better, obviously, for those that were in the courtroom. He was much more calm and so forth. Your question was what, though, Allie?
So
Related
my point, and I wanted Bob to say it because it was Bob's
yeah, it was the redirect, recross.
Yes, where he didn't have any idea why he was going to the court.
Yeah. So
Police station.
Mullen had testified, and
It was my favorite. It was my just briefly interrupt you. It was my favorite cross-examination or cross-examination question of the entire trial. When you nailed him on that,
Oh, really?
it was amazing. It was amazing.
Oh,
I
appreciate
and try
that.
to remember what word you used in describing the
Yeah,
fact.
that was,
Here, tell the
wow,
story. It was
what a
so great.
coincidence. I don't remember. It'll be funny to read the transcript on that. I just remember that it starts not with Weber necessarily, but it starts with Mullen earlier, where I was getting into his rear end about, so Brad Weber comes in and he tells you exactly what you need him to tell you in August of 2024, because the white van stuff that was leaked and that was talked about and is a main part of their case. We learned about that, I believe, it was in the spring or early summer of this 2024, not too long before trial. And so Mullen then waited a couple of months, apparently, and said, oh, maybe we ought to go talk to Brad Weber and I'll find out from him. So the point that I was trying to make is you didn't tape record, Mullen, your interaction. It could have been, hey, this is Steve Mullen. I'm tape recording this, Mr. Weber. I'd like for you to come in. Let's just talk about a few things. And I'm not going to talk to you about what it is. Or it could have been, hey, Mr. Weber, we just want to verify that you were in fact driving a white van from work and you went straight home. And would you just mind coming in and telling us that? We don't know what he said. Now, Mullen, who stretches the truth, was proven in several cross examinations, if not outright lied. We have to believe him because he didn't tape record. And it's a very common thing to tape record, especially you're going to make that the centerpiece of your case. You better tape record because you should anticipate that I'm going to do what I did. And so I don't know. I have my thoughts on. Well, and it's actually what Bob's talking about. So that happened earlier in the day, I think. And then Brad Weber got up and said, no, he just said that, when he called, he just said, come on in. He didn't tell me what it's about. Okay. Well, then on Nick's redirect, no, see, was it my direct? It doesn't matter. On Nick's,
It was your direct.
it was my direct. So it would be Nick's cross exam. Whatever question he asked caused Weber to say, I think it was like, when did you see this guy the guy that you were taking the trailer to or something like that? Oh, well, he and I got together the night before and I gathered all this information about, to figure out what van and which vehicle I drove and all that. And
I searched through all my texts.
I searched through all my texts. I searched through my phone records. I talked to this guy that I was interacting with, and because I was trying to figure out what and so obviously somebody had told him something, and so when it came to me, I remember I was seated at the time. I didn't stand up, and I just said, I said, so wait a minute, so you didn't know what he was going to ask you, yet you took all that time the night before after he talked to you, finding out whether or not you were in the van or not. It was something along the lines. Yeah. And I said, oh, wow, what a coincidence. I mean, it was. I don't remember exactly what it was, or what a curiosity. I don't remember exactly what I said. It did feel good. I'll tell you that. You know how that
It was an amazing moment.
I don't know. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I don't know what's amazing or moments. I was glad my wife was there for the Holman cross on that Saturday.
But I have to tell you, Andy, when Bob told me he was in like awe of that moment, I said, "Oh, did they take some time to make him produce those text messages?" Like that's where I got stumped. Like, wait a minute, that's like, Your Honor, he's got to turn over these text messages if that's what he relied on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's that. Hey, before I know there's probably like 10 people left after this long thing.
No,
2,900.
Well,
okay, so I did want to say that there was a couple of motions filed during the trial that I don't know that they got really addressed, and that relates to, I mean, it wasn't just Cicero; it was multiple law enforcement officers, maybe Olahe, Holman, where they are like the sticks on the girls were a covering. And there was a moment where even Nick's kind of screwed up, and he mentioned there's a thing called an undoing, which is a whole nother thing, which is an explanation for the sticks and the placement of the sticks. So covering, undoing. So
open the door.
They opened the door big time. Not that we needed the door open, by the way. I don't want that overlooked. I mean, we didn't need the door opened. That we had a right to present that evidence anyway.
Yes.
That's for the Court of Appeals. But certainly when they get to say it's a covering or it's an undoing, and then Nick realized it fairly quickly, I remember, and like kind of shut it down, but it was too late. And I filed a motion saying, hey, you know, how do they get to do that and we don't? We have our theories. We have an FBI, a person that trains the FBI on ritualistic crime scene killings, who has her opinion on what these sticks represent, but we're not allowed to present that, but they're allowed to present theirs. Judge, in a motion I filed, that opened the door. And Nick said, and we anticipated this, that they were going to say that we opened the door. But he definitely opened the door on the unletting or the undoing. But the other one, it was in a cross where I think we probably did ask, are you saying this was a covering? Yes. My point was, no, they opened the door when they put the photo into evidence, because we have a Sixth Amendment right to ask about anything we want that's relevant about the photographs. And, you know, the judge, to my knowledge, never ruled. I had to stand up, I remember, and ask, hey, this case is getting close to being over. I mean, are you ever going to rule on those things? And she just said, there's no nexus, and that's all. But I don't know that I ever received a formal order.
You did not, because I didn't know you filed that. And that was one of the things I was like screaming, they're opening the door, like what's happening? So we didn't even know. I don't know. Did we know it was filed, babe?
It was filed pretty relatively early, maybe during week 2 of the trial.
Yeah, I mean, the clerks were really good with us over the course of 2 years. That's why I brought them all baked goods at the end of it to thank, because they were wonderful. They would send us all the filings.
Yeah, my dad taught me that when he was a salesman, and I went on a sales trip with him. You know, go with daddy to work day, and he had donuts with him wherever he went, and all the secretaries loved him.
Oh,
and
man.
you know, that's a great lesson, as I tell our young lawyers, related to court staff. I mean, these people become our friends.
Yes.
We know them. We know who their families are. We like them, and in a sincere way, in a real way. And so bringing donuts to them would be that could be. And my dad was the same way. These secretaries really cared for him and loved him. And we try to do special things for our support staff down here in Johnson County. We'll take them on to plays and stuff like that. We've taken them on. I don't even know why I'm telling you that, but it's just kind of how the style that we have. You know, we care about these people. You know, they're real people. It's nice that you did that for them.
Well, they made our lives easier. I didn't have to like try to track down motions that were filed for 2 years. It was like, and that was our thing. We were reading all of the pleadings. So like, yeah, I felt it was incumbent upon me to bring them in a big box of deliciousness so they could all enjoy. And they did. They were appreciative. And I wanted it. And I told them, I'm like, you guys really did me a solid and me and Allison a solid. And we really, really appreciated that. And I wanted to make sure that I came in and told you that and showed you through delicious sundries and deliciousness.
I thought the people in Carroll County were great. I didn't have any
I did too.
issues. I just loved the guards. I loved, when I had to get copies made, I'd go into the courtroom. I didn't even know these people. It's just super nice. And, I don't know what they had heard or what they had thought, this is a bad guy or whatever. I didn't know, but if they did feel that way, they never let me know it. And I appreciated it very much. I found that a lot of people in Delphi don't believe Richard Allen is guilty too, by the way. There's lots of people that would tell me that. And, that's why they deserve the answers through a real trial with all of the evidence coming in and let the chips fall where they may at that point in time. But we're not going to have true closure for everybody until that day happens. And I pray. We've got great appellate counsel now. Stacy, Mark Lehman, obviously, I don't know if you guys know who he is. He's the one that argued to the Supreme Court to get us back on. So I have a special place in my heart for Mark. He's a brilliant guy. Stacy, everybody knows she has a husband, Jack Kinney, who's just a brilliant guy. He's the go-to guy in Indiana when you have a public defender like research question. He works for the Indiana Public Defender Council. And, we have great appellate counsel that is going to do what they know how to do. And we're confident that that our Court of Appeals is going to do the right thing. I don't know what I'm allowed to say or what not. I mean, I don't. I still believe guys in the system. I do. Call me a fool. I feel like all this wrong will be righted and the right outcome is going to happen. And, I do believe that. And I want to be a part of it in round 2. It'd be easy. I mean, there's people coming around and they want to do, series and, they could theoretically pay you money and all that kind of stuff. I don't want any of that. Okay. I want back on the case. I want this thing tried. And it doesn't have to be me. There's other great lawyers in the state of Indiana, but I worry that they would have to catch up so much that, and just all the craziness and stuff that it would be tough.
And I suspect your client wants your continued representation.
He does. I mean, I would love to be able to talk to him just to say hi, but I mean, I have if I can say it, I love Rick Allen. I don't, it's not like we're best buds, I guess, but when you sit next to somebody during that type of trial, and when you get to see them, you get to know them. He and I laughed a lot. We joked a lot, I'm sure Jerry heard all of it because he's so close and wanting to horn in and listen. But, I want to be a part of it. And it would be the easiest thing in the world to not be. Like, it would be so easy to walk away and be done with it. And then, reap whatever rewards might exist from book deals and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not interested in that. Okay. There's a time and a place for that maybe down the road. Right now, it's about getting justice for him, getting back on the case, if that's what Rick wants, and if that's what I'm allowed to do. And that's why I'm a little nervous about these podcasts. I don't want to say anything that later on they're going to say, oh, you said this, and that somehow that is, you're off the case. I'm worried about that. But at the same time, again, when you're out there saying all these outlandish things, this is what you're going to get from me. I'm going to come back on here. I'm going to defend myself. And I'm not a tough guy. I'm just not, so it's uncomfortable for me it may seem like it's easy for me, but it's because I'm passionate about it, so I want to get back on. I want to stay on. Brad and I both, and Jen feel that way. Love Jennifer forever. She's a great trial lawyer and she comes from great trial lawyer genes. And it was so fun to watch her provide that moment, that direct and of our expert was terrific, of Stacey Eldridge, and then the cross of them. That was all strategized. There was a lot of debate about that. What are we going to do after? Do we just leave it with Eldridge? And, we were all debating, and, it came to the right conclusion. No, we don't need Cecil and Bunner to have time to figure out how to deal with the fallout from what Eldridge brought in that courtroom. And so let's put them on right afterwards. And that really worked out well. And Jennifer just did such a great job. And it's fun for me, again, to watch great lawyering, and for my friends to do great work where it's emotionally rewarding for them, because they also have a love for Rick. Brad can talk to you about his relationship with Rick. Can I tell you one last story, and then maybe?
Of course.
So, you can tell us as much. We feel bad for keeping you this long, but everyone will stay as long as you.
I don't know why they're staying on. I don't know why this is so interesting, but it's kind of cathartic, I guess. I'll tell you one really funny story to me. So, I think it was Dr. Martin who Brad. By the way, again, I want to say, Brad Rozzi worked so hard and so long to make that cross exam of their ballistics expert was so unbelievably good that I told him afterwards, you need to get a transcript of that and sell it for people that are going. He worked so hard and he's so passionate about it, but he had all that heavy lifting to do.
Yeah.
Dr. Martin, Walla. I mean, I felt bad for him, but he just understood there's the way we divided things up. That's the way that it happened. And the Odin stuff kind of went away. And so I'm stuck. I just said all the way, I'll do whatever you want, Brad, except I want to cross Holman, Mullen. And if I can do those, and opening, I wanted to do opening. If I can do those three things, then I'll do anything else. But one of the things, I think it was in Martin's direct, and for people that don't know, he was, wow. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that guy. That was a whole nother thing.
He was the psychiatrist who was administering the Haldol.
Yeah. And
Brad's cross-examination of him was
he's the guy that admitted that Richard Allen was
Brad
psychotic, right?
Turned him.
Yeah.
Brad literally, by the end of his cross-examination,
that was another one that was
unbelievable. It was I walked up, after the trial, because he was the last witness, I walked up to Brad. Him and his wife were walking out of the front of the courthouse, and I caught up to him, man. I was a little, because Brad's not an emotional guy. You and I are both very emotional dudes. I think I was a little, because it was so powerful, that cross. I just walked up to him, man, and I tapped him on the shoulder because he was ready to walk through kind of the metal detector and out of the courthouse. I was like, man, that was an unbelievable cross-examination. I said, from one attorney to another, I said, you really did the profession proud, man. It was unbelievable. And it was, he was like, oh, thanks, man. Because you know how Brad is. Brad's just he doesn't get
Oh, I know. Well, after Holman's, and I'll get back to this because it is a funny story, but after Holman's cross on a Saturday morning, I was very critical of it. Apparently it was well received by others, I guess. And I actually saw you in the hallway, I remember, and you were complimentary and stuff. But of course I looked at, what did I leave on the table? I cut it a little bit short because I felt like I was beaten up on it and I thought the point had been made, but there were still chapters that needed to be explored. And I don't want to get into all that, but I do remember on the topic of Brad Rozzi, he's not a guy that hands out compliments. I, on the other hand, love doing it because when I see good lawyering, it's hard for me not to talk about whether it's the prosecution or the defense. And I get super excited about it, And so Holman's was done and we walked out into the hallway and Brad said, well, I want to be respectful to the family because they're over there, but I want to tell you something. That he was very complimentary on the cross exam. He's like, I started to feel bad for Holman at the end of it. I said, you mean the guy that wanted to have me charged with a crime? That guy?
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel that badly about it. But so Dr. Martin said something on the last day that he said, well, Richard Allen at one point, I think it was it could be somebody else, but I'm pretty sure it was him. Richard Allen, one of the things that he said was that he thought his attorneys were police officers. and he thought that they were in there to interrogate him, and he didn't trust them. And one of them was the good cop, and one of them was the bad cop, and that's what he said. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Well, Richard leans over to me and he says, I don't remember that, but I'm guessing you were the good cop. And if you know about his relationship with Brad, you would understand it, because, you know, Brad loves Richard too, but it's like, you know, he's not an emotional guy. Like he is actually, Brad is a very emotional guy. He just doesn't show it the
Right.
way that you and I show
And his
it.
professionalism.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it's a little bit different. And he's very passionate about Rick and how Rick was treated, and he can get very upset about it. But he and Rick can get, you know, it's like I'm the hands it guy, the guy that's hugging him. I'm the guy that's sitting next to him and joking around with him. And, you know, Brad might be like, you know, what the hell is going, you know, what the hell's going on here? And, you know, they might, and I'm not saying they get into arguments, but Rick was being funny. That when he said that, it wasn't,
Right.
that was Rick being Rick, you
Right.
know, and I got a big amusement out of it. I had to like, yeah, and he got a smile on his face, and it was a really nice moment for an attorney and a client sitting next to each other.
Yeah,
So.
definitely. Well, look, man.
Is there anything else that you want to say that you think the people need to know?
Oh man, there's a million things, but you know, I didn't get into Turkey. There's just things, and I appreciate it is cathartic to be here. I appreciate what you guys, you know, you so-called shills called the Defense Diaries, you know, how you supported us. And I appreciate, you know, I know that people like Andrea, and we're going to be on Lawyer Leah. Are we allowed to cross-pollinate here?
Sure.
Yes, you
On
are.
Friday, I think all three of us are going to be on there. And I appreciate all of that. And then people can say, oh, you're going on to easy places and where you're going to get softball questions. And yeah, okay, that's fine. If that's what's going on, you know, then that's what we'll do. I'm not opposed to tough questions as long as they're fair. And I don't know who can be fair. That's the thing. You guys are maybe not being fair, I guess, because you're so pro defense. That might be the angle that they have. I don't know, but I don't know who can be fair. And I think, by the way, you would be fair to Holman and Mullen.
Yeah, and they have a standing invite. Holman, absolutely.
McClellan.
Any of them.
Diener, any of them.
I would love to have them on, frankly.
And I think you would be respectful and
You'd
stuff.
be
And
respectful.
I just don't know. Like some lady reached out, and I don't know. It was one of the podcasts that Holman did. I don't know who these people. I don't even know what the name of it is. And I sent out a very nice email back. I didn't know who she was, but at that point in time, we had not made any decisions about going on. I was kind of fighting against it, like I said 1,000 times tonight. But then those guys, you know, Holman kept going on, and I thought, okay, this is the right way to do it. And maybe we would end up going on anyway. I don't know. But somebody reached out from one of the podcasts, and you know, and then somebody sent me a screenshot of the email that I had sent her was put out on the internet somewhere.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I had to deal with that. This is one of the struggles that we had on the case was people are wanting to give us information. And at the very beginning, I was more naive than I am now. And I'm still pretty daggone naive. But back then I would leave voicemails and emails. And then I find out months later that people are putting them on the internet, you know. I left a voicemail for some Odin lady. I was trying to be super nice. Like, I heard you're upset at us. I'm looking for an Odin expert. Let's talk. I mean, I think once you hear me, I'm not down on Odinism, you know, as for any reason. I think it's been hijacked by these white nationalists, and that's where I think we can all agree. You know, America is great. You can have your religious beliefs, and I support that, and I respect that. But I need an Odin expert. Will you talk to me? And somehow that got on the internet too. I don't remember exactly I don't remember the context of that right now, but these things happen. And this lady, and maybe I would have gone on her podcast, but I don't know who's being fair. I don't know why she did that. Maybe she had a perfectly great explanation for doing that, but it's just a bit odd, you know, to do that, to post my thing. And so I'm going to go on the places where I know I'm going to be treated fairly and maybe even babied a little bit. Okay. You know,
Yeah.
and I'm okay with that.
I think we asked you some tough questions.
Yeah, I think
you know,
so.
like I was putting out the question. I think kind of putting you on the spot with kind of the narratives that were going on out there about, things that you were being accused of and putting you to putting your feet to the fire to answer them. I don't consider those to be softball questions. I mean, look, I happen to think that you both, actually all three of you, did an amazing job, based on just the hurdles that you were faced with over 2 years. I mean, it's that simple. And Alice and I are defense bar lawyers, period. Like you said, you've aptly said, this is defense diaries. If I feel that the integrity of two lawyers who have worked really, really hard over their careers to build a reputation are being challenged ethically, and in terms of their ability to be able to practice law, and I think it's bullshit, then I'm going to call it that way, period. And what I saw happen over the last 2.5 years, I took exception to it, and I was happy to come out here on these lives and stand up for what I believe is right. And I was thrilled that you were able to join us tonight, because I knew as a human being that once people got to know even a little bit about who Andy Baldwin is and what makes you tick, that people were going to see what I've seen and what I know, and that you're all heart, man, and you're a credit to what we do, which is, to me, the hardest goddamn job on the planet. We're dealing with people's liberty and lives, and it's thankless, and people hate us for what we do. It's so difficult in so many different ways. It's hard to articulate it, but I'm thankful that you came on with this. I'm thankful that you spent 4.5 hours with us, man.
It's been that long.
It's been that long.
Yes.
And
I appreciate it. I do. And I'll just say it's humbling to do this work, and it's humbling to hear those words. I don't deserve them. I'm not just saying that to be that guy. There's too much that we could have done differently, and there's too many things that we could have done better. And that's the way that, I'm thinking about this case. And there's a guy sitting in there that, there's a case called In Re. I wanted to say, Jennifer yesterday, I think she said she wasn't sure that whether, let's end it with this, whether he's innocent or not. In Re Litz is the case. I actually was kind of involved in that case many years ago as an ancillary situation. And Steve Litz was a very good lawyer around these parts. And it was a case where his client he brought in battered woman syndrome into the defense world here before it was codified. And in this case, and he lost, it went up on appeal. They allowed the battered women's defense to happen. So it went back down for trial. And when it came back, he wrote a letter to the editor, and he said, my client is innocent. And he kind of blasted the prosecution a little bit and said, I don't know why they're coming back. And that he got a slap on the wrist. And part of it was for saying that his client is innocent. And I think that's why Jennifer, and I had sent that to Brad and Jennifer. But when I reread the case, I distinguish it this way. That case had been brought back from the Court of Appeals after sentencing and after it had been reversed. And so that's not the stage we're at here. And if it would be inappropriate for me to say what I'm about to say to finish up, it would be inappropriate for me to say it once the Court of Appeals, and I pray that they do this, reverses it and resets it, for trial, for a retrial. Then it would be inappropriate for me to say what I'm about to say.
You don't need to say it. We know it. Let's not risk it.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's not, for those who think that it's dumb, it's defense lawyers doing defense lawyer things. That is not the case here. It is, right. This is a real belief. And you can think that we're crazy or whatever, but that is the belief. And I would fight for somebody, even if they are guilty, by the way, with as much vim and vigor, but it does add a lot of pressure when you believe that they are innocent. And that's what the belief is. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you more than you know. All right. Go home.
I let him out. Sorry.
Yep. You pulled them off. All
Should I
right.
come back in?
Yeah. I was saying, go
No,
Go
get me
home.
off, please.
get home.
you.
Go
Get me
hug
out
your
of this.
wife.
I'm trying to figure out how to do it. Thank you,
See ya.
guys.
All right,
Bye.
bye. Allie, let me handle it.
Oh, jeez.
All right. So that was amazing.
Sorry,
For-
guys. Some of your questions I knew couldn't be answered. I know I promised we would go to every super by the end. I hope you feel like I have either put yours up or addressed yours. If not, shoot us a comment on. We're going to put up another. There'll be a members only post, but then they'll
I was
also do
trying to ask him the E thing. Like everybody, there's a whole crew of people.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
there's this E thing, like E. So
Well,
like,
you know what? You can reach out to him, ask him the
yeah,
question, and
I'll
report back.
I'll get the answer. I'll get the answer.
I didn't
So
know if you'd even remember because there's,
well, I
like,
didn't
that's
want to
just-
ask it after he kind of gave his like his ending salvo there, like it seemed like kind of a weird place to ask it. So all right. So did you get everybody's supers up? And
I mean,
and
I got most of them up. There were definitely some that I could not get up. I'm freaking so hungry. I've got to go to the bathroom.
yeah,
there
Andy
was,
outlasted my bladder at
he
one
talked
point.
early
So
on about his music. Thank you. We appreciate all of you and all of your supers.
the generosity tonight was off the hook,
Off the
y'all.
hook.
So it
Yeah.
was amazing. We hope that like we made it ad free, so we really wanted to thank you guys. And we wanted to make it
There was some other
kind of uninterrupted so that you guys could get all of it without having the continuity destroyed by some screaming YouTube ads coming in. So but for replay crew, you're out of luck. We're putting
You
the
can
ads
thank
on.
Dr. Janda for that.
Vonda
yeah.
K? Yes.
Sorry. She asked, ask and you shall receive.
All right. So to our mods, thank you so much for all your hard work. And I wasn't really watching the chat much, so until the end, I was peeking at it some.
I was just
but
peeking at the starred one, the supers.
You guys were amazing. I can imagine that there was a lot of modding going on. To all of you that gave to us tonight, thank you so much. We're so appreciative for that. We really are. We hope that the the last 4.5 hours of your life was worth hanging with us. We think it was some pretty good content. And let me think, what else is there? Oh, make sure on the way out, please like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. We love having new members. We're growing. If we were a bigger channel, Lee or Andrea's size, we probably would add 10,000 out here, but we're getting there, and we want this interview to get out there. I think it's worth the people seeing. I know these guys are going to be doing the rounds. I don't know if they're going to be getting 4.5 hours of anybody. So we think it was kind of a one-of-kind thing. Tomorrow, Brad Rozzi is joining us. He is coming on at 5, not 6. And we're talking Central Time. So that will be 6 Eastern, 5 Central. We're splitting Brad's up into 2 different days because he really wants to watch Notre Dame. So we're going to do probably an hour and a half tomorrow, and then we're going to finish it. It'll probably be next week. So he'll have already gone on Lee's, but we're cool with that. So we're excited about that. So make sure you come back tomorrow and check out the 3rd of our series. And you guys, you're the best because without you guys, I'm just an old man
talking about a lot of cases.